We're recording.
Hi, welcome everybody. This is great. And I know a few of you were surprised that your video is on. You've been used to being in webinar mode. Since this is a smaller workshop and meant to be more interactive, we have this option. You don't have to have your video on, but it's nice to know you're here. I'm going to introduce myself and then we'll introduce the other folks today, my other two presenters, and then we'll get going. My name's Molly Kellogg. I am a certified IFS therapist and approved IFS clinical consultant. My private practice is in Philadelphia. I've always lived in a white, straight-sized body. I was a dietitian for 40 years. I retired from that about 5 years ago. I've been a therapist for 30 years. Therefore, there was a lot of overlap. I'm 74, but I'm not that old. There was an overlap of about 25 years when I did both. And during that time, the nutrition clients I saw had eating disorders, and I would coordinate their care with therapists. And these days, I am strictly a therapist, an IFS therapist. And I'll let Katie introduce herself. She's our moderator slash tech person slash also jumping in and helping Diana and I out.
Thanks so much, Molly. Good morning / afternoon to all of you. My name is Katie Cox. I am a dietitian by trade, and I call myself IFS informed. And so I've taken multiple trainings, sat in supervisions, and just really, really have been a sponge in absorbing this world and in this work, and have really found satisfaction and grounding in the IFS language and model. And I really find that translatable with my clients. I'm based in Los Angeles and I wear multiple different hats. I have a private practice that's virtual, so I can see folks in multiple different states. I am also an employee over at Within Health, Virtual Eating Disorder Treatment Center, and I volunteer over at Behavioral Health Nutrition, as well as the Eating Disorder Los Angeles Collective, and all sorts of advocacy work. So I really love helping folks learn and grow and understand the importance of mental health and eating disorders. I am also going to, as Molly had said, I'm going to be your tech operator today. So feel free to personal DM me any hiccups you're running into. You can also just broadcast message it, totally fine. Like, oh, my video's not working, or I'm having a hiccup. And I'm here to support. Of course, if we're running into more issues, we might need to loop in higher levels of support, and that's okay. I have Nancy on speed dial. And I'm here to help moderate some of the facilitations that we're doing today, some dyads and different drills. And so really, really looking forward to working with both Molly and Diana today. They are such wonderful humans, and I've learned so much from them. Diana, I'm going to pass it off to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. I'm Diana Richards. I live in the Metro Boston area in Watertown, and as Marcy said, a couple of miles from her. I see Amy's on. I think we're kind of close together, too. I've been in private practice since 2007, and I did my level 1 in 2011. I identify as white, cis, straight-sized, and you'll correct me, I'm copying Molly. I always wonder if that's the latest way that the word that we use. I'm also a member of the LGBTQ plus community, and as is my adult child, who is non-binary. So we got both feet in that group, in that community. I have a virtual private practice. I did not realize how exciting my parts found working from home until we had the pandemic. it was a breath. I can't even describe it to you. It's just beautiful. So I don't have an office outside of here like I did before. So we all meet on Zoom. I'm also writing a book with clients' permission about their journeys with, thank you, Marcy, with their body image and food issues that we've been working with forever. They've given me permission to write about them, and I'm super excited about it. It's the creative outlet that I found for me that Erin talks about, you know, to kind of not really fictionalize things, but to get the word out that there is another way for people to deal with their body shame. So I think that's me. I don't know if there's more, just chat me or ask me, or I'm happy to share, and really glad you're all here. This is a really dear topic. You know, Molly and I pondered a little bit about how we were going to approach this. So thank you for showing up for it.
One more tech housekeeping thing before you get started, Molly. I appreciate all of you with your cameras on. I know that can be very vulnerable in providing your face and your presence really here. And of course, if you can't, that is okay. The intention is really to create that sense of safety in today's workshop. And so if there's anything coming up for you as well, like totally okay to take the space and breath that you need. And then I know sometimes with microphones, folks can unmute themselves by accident. That is okay. I'm happy to go ahead and ponder around just for the sake of reducing disruptions. I may mute you if your microphone is on for a prolonged period of time and if there's background noise, just to keep things flowing without disruption.
Okay. Now, I'd like to find out a little bit more about who's here. So I'm going to ask a show of hands. And if, for those of you who are willing, who don't have your videos on, just to briefly turn them on, it's up to you. But raise your hand if you're a dietitian. Okay. Raise your hand if you're a licensed mental health professional. Okay. Did I miss anyone? Okay, I think most those categories. And also I'm going to get an idea of where you are in terms of any IFS journey. So there are sort of three categories I'll ask about. One would be that you're IFS Institute trained, in other words, you've had at least a level 1, or you're IFS informed, which means you've been to a bunch of workshops, you've done a lot of reading, maybe you've even had your own therapy. And the other category is IFS is pretty new to you, okay? Now, why don't you put that in the chat, okay? So you could just put IFS level 1 or IFS informed or new, relatively new to IFS. And it'll help three of us sort of have a sense, you know, of who is here. Between new and informed, I like that, relatively new.
Me too.
Awesome. Okay.
Beautiful.
And then there are people like Marcy who can't say that she's done a level 1, but it almost counts how much she's done.
Yeah.
And I want to apologize for the coughing. Between seasonal allergies and the tail end of a cold, I don't know what's what. And I apologize. I will attempt to mute myself when I can. Okay. Yeah, Kylie, I remember you from one of my workshops. And Robin, I think I remember you from MI trainings years ago, right? Yeah. And I don't know if you've also way back, yeah, with MI training. Yeah. And you're welcome to Diana.
Paula did our one day as
Right.
well.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, one of the things that you will notice today as compared to this morning and yesterday is that it will feel lower. All these other ones, there was a whole lot of wonderful content, and for the most part, they were, um, uh, trying to fit in and had to leave things out, which is wonderful. This afternoon is for being able to slow down and actually experience some of the stuff that we've been talking about. There's been reference to what we're going to be doing here almost by everybody. So all of us here are here because we interact with people who have parts of them that have taken on roles that are extreme enough and exhibit behaviors that are extreme enough that they've been diagnosed as having an eating disorder. And it may be parts that, restrict calories or hyper-focus on certain body parts or compel them to purge or excessively exercise. In this workshop, we're not focusing on the client's parts, we're focusing on ours and how we come forward and how those parts of us can come forward in response to a client's parts or parts of us that are already here even before the client walks in the room or logs on to Zoom. And I'll use a simple example here. When encountering a client who excessively exercises, for example, my parts, who have long been an athlete and love exercise, will be present and may shape my approach in working with this person. Another clinician who has always hated exercise will bring those parts into the encounter. And so to simplify what we're doing today, we will be finding ways to internally acknowledge these parts and ask them to provide us with any wisdom they hold while staying aside while we work. That's, in a nutshell, what we're doing today. We're going to be getting into, okay, how do we do that? We know that our clients come to us with their parts, and some of their parts may not be eating disorder parts. They may not have anything to do with food or body, but they also can affect the work. For example, a teen may have a part that developmentally, actually very appropriately, may seek to withhold or to rebel against all adults, which includes us. And we will have parts that react to this behavior in our own unique ways, depending on what our adolescence was like or how old our children are right now and how they're acting. So we can also notice and work with our reactions and invite them to give us space to work with this client in the most effective way. Clients also come to us with identities. Oops, sorry, dropped something. Identities and physical appearance, whether color of their skin or hair type or ethnic identity or body shape or age, gender identity. These are all things that can bring up responses in our parts that may get in the way of the client healing. It's then our job to work with those parts. Notice that here we are widening the lens here. This conference is offering a focus on our parts that hold bias with respect to body size. Yes, absolutely. And it's useful to be open to all of our parts and attend to how they may affect our work. And one of the reasons I want to make it clear we're widening the lens here is that you may be chomping at the bit to work with some of your parts that hold weight bias. And I hope you'll have a chance to do that here. Or you may have parts that go, I don't want to do that. or I don't hold that bias anymore, or something like that. I want to make it clear that we're presenting ideas about how to work with all of our parts that may get in the way, and that's fine. So Katie, here's where we want to share the first slide. Oh,
Yeah.
and Katie also put in the chat our rough schedule that we've got here. Yeah, and let me take a brief break with that and take a look at that schedule. This is the schedule as we've got it. It might morph a little bit. One of the things we realized, though, is that we didn't have a morning break.
Mhm.
And also, we have the option of ending a little early if we want to. If we want to, instead of having two 15-minute breaks and a 30-minute break, we could do sort of what was done yesterday, where the breaks are only 15, and then we end 15 minutes early. Think about that, guys, and see what you think. We'll take a little vote on it later. Okay. Any questions at this point about anything? Okie dokie.
We actually, Molly, we had a wonderful question pop up in the chat.
Thank you. I'm not paying attention.
Okay. Of course now, where's that chat function?
Oh, now I can pick it up.
Emily had mentioned something that she is curious about is she would love to hear how our parts can inform effective self-disclosure and for how they can cloud that. I figured we
Oh,
probably
absolutely.
touch on that later today.
Mhm.
Absolutely, Emily. That's a really good question. And essentially, that came up some yesterday in several different places. There was, I think it was Beth was talking about she will talk with her clients about what's going on in herself. And so let's put that on the parking lot. And don't let me forget. Really good question. Absolutely. So we can go to the next slide then. So this, oh, that's our outline. Right. Then we can go to the next one. Okay. So this hopefully somewhat familiar triangle slide reminds us of the different parts of types of parts that we see, what the IFS model uh, helps us see. It's certainly helpful to us in getting to know a client's parts. And since now, today we're focusing on our parts, we'll go to the next slide. And this is the same thing, but looking at it from the point of view of our parts. We have managers, firefighters, and exiles. And let's start with the managers. Managers run the show for us. They're there for us throughout the day. They get us to sessions on time, end on time, keep track of our schedule, billing, documentation. We all know those parts, and we wouldn't be able to do what we do without them, right? They keep an eye on whether we're sticking to our role in the team, for example. They offer proactive attention to how what we're doing will impact how others see us. And by that, I mean our reputation. I know we've all been in sessions, whether you're a dietitian or a therapist, and you think, oh, wait a minute. If my client tells someone else on the team that I just said that, ooh, how's that going to land, or tells their parent, right? Or something like that. So we've got those parts. Uh, let's see. We also have parts that can push for success. We'll be going to into more detail with some of these who really want us to succeed and want our clients to succeed. These managers often want our clients to make changes, to recover. These are the striving parts of us. Our firefighters tend to be a little less visible to us, at least. They can distract us. We might get foggy or sleepy with certain clients. They can flare up in response to a client's particular behavior. Uh, for instance, annoyance when a client didn't do the homework that they said they were going to do. That's a part of us, right? It's understandable. That's part. And we know that many of these reactive parts can get us in trouble, and we and others will judge them. You know, we say, oh, I shouldn't be angry at my client. And we know that we shouldn't yell at the client, and hopefully we don't. And hopefully we end up essentially stifling those firefighter parts. However, they are in there. So, and sometimes they do hijack us, even subtly, they slip out sideways. And then afterwards, we may have why did I say that in our head? Much as we wish these parts might not be there, they're there. And acknowledging them and working with them is valuable. They may have very useful information for us. We also have exiles. These are parts of us that have feelings about being an imposter or incompetent. And that can be simply due to being new in the field. I mean, obviously, we're going to feel that way. Most recently, I've felt it in the IFS world as I was learning IFS, feeling like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Which of the Fs am I supposed to be doing next? These beliefs, if we come in with them into a session, they can really get in the way. And we also, the imposter parts of us can also have been taken on at a certain point in our career and gotten stuck. Most of us have that professor or that supervisor or that preceptor who said or implied that we really didn't have it in some way. We weren't going to make it, something like that. And we can work with those and help unburden them eventually. We also may carry beliefs of incompetence that go way, way back. Sort of there's something wrong with me, or I'm not very smart, that predated your professional life. And these are all really important parts of us to notice in the middle of a session. We may notice them very explicitly, like, you don't know what the hell you're doing. You actually hear that voice. Or what am I doing here? I shouldn't be seeing this person. Or instead, you may notice the firefighter that fogs you out or looks at the clock and hopes the session will be over soon. Now, we'll be going through a lot more examples of our parts, but this is just sort of one way to look at them. Now, the cultural beliefs that we will be talking about soon. Amy talked about them yesterday. There's been reference, of course, to the cultural beliefs that we all swim in. And they can be held in any part. I think Amy may have said our managers hold all of them. I'm not so sure. I actually think cultural beliefs can sort of be held anywhere. Does anybody remember? Did I hear that wrong, or was there? Anyway, I'm not sure it matters. And in a minute, you'll see, or later, you'll see why it doesn't matter, because we'll be looking for these parts in us when they pop up. We don't have to label them as a manager or a firefighter or an exile. We can just go, oh, let me get to know this better. But to give an example of about the cultural beliefs, that core belief that fat equals bad or worthless can be held in a young, vulnerable part of you that heard your grandmother say about her friend, look at how she let herself go, she's gotten so fat. Or it could be held by a manager that equates success with thinness, or it can be activate a firefighter who tries to distract you from noticing or maybe judging your client's larger body. Notice, I'm sure I'll admit I've had this response with a client. Oh, it isn't this explicit, but something along the lines of, oh, I didn't realize how fat this client was until I saw her in person, right? And then a part of me very quickly going, oh, forget that, that's irrelevant. You know, I'm supposed to focus on her and her parts, right? So that's another example of how that works. Now, I have another slide, but in a few minutes, 5 or 10 minutes, we will be going into smaller groups to share what parts of you are beginning to come up so far. If you notice someone else in this workshop who you have a dual relationship with, where it would be a little awkward for either you or them to be in the small group together, we can arrange around that. One of the groups will remain in this room and the other two will go. And this will be for the benefit of the people who afterwards will be listening to the recording because they're at other workshops today. So that they'll get to hear some interaction and some examples. Katie will be randomizing these groups. However, if you really don't want to be in the group that remains in this room, send a direct chat to her and she'll make sure to put you in one of the private groups. You have plenty of time to choose this option. I have more talking to do, okay? Okay, let's go to the next slide. Now this slide is, whoops.
That's not it.
What happened to the slide with all the, there it is, okay. This is a partial list, just a brainstormed out of my head sort of list of parts that you may notice present to you in response to clients. These are all potential voices, feelings, sensations that could crop up. Remember, no parts are bad. As a matter of fact, many parts may serve us very well in our work. I'll be going through these in more detail. There are plenty more that might pop up, and I'll be asking you to pop them in. You could do it in the chat, but it would be great if I'll ask you to put up your hand and you can say them out loud if you want. So as I go through these examples, notice how your body, your internal system, responds to each of them. Some of them you'll go, that one doesn't really fit for me. Some may really hit home for you. You might want to jot some things down, the parts that seem particularly familiar in your system. These are what we in IFS call trailheads. They're places to start to get curious. So we talked about the imposter one a bit already. Of course, there's also always a part of us that say, oh, I haven't prepared enough, or I shouldn't be here, or something like that. The sooner we acknowledge, oops. So great, Katie. The sooner we address it and support it, and perhaps go back and heal any wounds having to do with imposter feelings, the less it will affect the client. Now, relating, these are in absolutely they're totally random order. The order means nothing. Relating to the client, this happens to be one that happens with me a lot. A client will say something, whether it's a book they liked or a movie or a restaurant they liked or something. And a part of me goes, oh, right, cool. Yeah, me too, And that's something that years ago I learned in terms of self-disclosure. I hold that back. It's okay. It probably does make sense to not jump in because then it becomes more of a friend type relationship. I find that part is a really good one for me to practice with. Practice going, oh, right, that's part of me. Thanks. Step aside. It's a good way to practice. Now, a holder of cultural beliefs, often cultural beliefs are judgmental and values laden. They're good, bad, right, wrong, body size, skin color, tooth appearance, use of makeup or not, definition of a meal, things like that. And we do hold those cultural beliefs, and some of them serve us really well, and some of them are going to get in the way. So we need to just notice them. Drive to be successful. I've mentioned this already. Tends to be a wonderful manager who helped you get you where you are right now, frankly. But what role does it play in working with the client, and does it get in the way of their work more than it helps? Caretaker. We all have caretaker parts. Many of us have parts that come forward when we see someone in need, of course. And we can thank it and find a place for it. When it takes over, when it's running, driving our bus a lot, that's when we get burned out, when we keep trying to caretake. We can usually do more for our clients when we ask that part to steps to the side. There's our learner part, loving to learn new stuff. And that would include the part of you that hears a client say something and you go, oh, God, that is so cool. Yeah, that's how the eating disorders work. And yeah, and you're sort of making a note of it, right? Cool. Make a note of it and then stay with the client. And learning about eating disorders and about IFS. Now, figuring out cognitive parts. Our minds make meanings. We organize what comes in, and they are so useful. They help us prioritize what to work on. First, with each client, they make associations between what you're hearing now from this client and what you know from their history, and you help them make the connections. It helps us sort out whether a certain behavior is a protector or an exile. In IFS work, these hardworking parts can really get in the way of encouraging us to listen to the client's parts. It was several years into my IFS practice that I began to really routinely notice the part that would routinely guess what the client was about to say. Oh, right, I know that one. That protector is going to say this, right? That part has finally realized that they're only right about 50% of the time, if that. And it doesn't serve the client at all that I bring that up. So I've learned to ask that part to step aside. Our timekeeper parts, of course, this is essential for and to be there for the next client. And timekeeping parts can be really rigid, and sometimes we need to work with them to figure out when it's okay to extend a session a tiny bit. I'll add a judge part. The parts of us that judge ourselves, right? And that's why the heck did I do that? Oh, that was so stupid. Why did I, or why can't I do this? Um, and when you hear a critic, you could ask it to step aside, and we will be demonstrating more how to do that in a bit. In eating disorders, there are parts of us that are scared for our client's safety. Boy, that one comes up, doesn't it?
Mhm.
Notice when I suggest that you consider it as a part of you. It may feel a little different than, oh my God, this client's going to die, or this client is, you know, causing permanent damage to their esophagus or whatever. Oh my God, we're blended with the part. When we can really acknowledge that a part of us is scared for a client's safety without expecting it or having it take over, things go a little better. And it allows us to stay open to the parts of the client that are stuck, because they certainly are stuck. Now, this responsible one, I added a little to that because what I mean is if you're feeling responsible, like for this client's safety or whatever, you probably don't have enough support. You have a team, you may need to rely on other people to do consultation. That can be a very useful signal. A body acceptance advocate. Of course, a lot of us have that. We have parts that have really taken on the body acceptance stance, and this is wonderful. And this part can, if we let it run the show, get into an argument with the client's parts and therefore strengthen them because we are arguing with them. It strengthens the other side of what we're arguing with. Life distractions, this has nothing to do with the client, but if you're about to head off on vacation, chances are you are thinking a little bit about that, right? And there are life distractors. The holder of science knowledge, particularly for dietitians. We do have lovely parts that hold amazing amounts of science knowledge, and that's awesome. And can we ask that part to stay over here and feed us what we need? And we speak to the client in the way that they are ready for right now, without letting the science part just sort of take over, tempting as it might be. And then similarly, holder of eating disorder knowledge. You've learned in reading and workshops and trainings and everything. Symptoms, the diagnostic criteria, long-term consequences, typical family patterns, types of treatment, et cetera. And this is really essential knowledge. And it's useful to ask that part of us to hold all that lightly so it doesn't get in the way of us listening to our clients' parts. Okay, let's just take a moment or two to see what other ones you want to add. Who wants to raise their hand or unmute themselves and just jump in? What did I miss? I'm sure I missed something. Anybody?
I often have a part that will feel a pressure to be wise for the client part. It's like, they're sort of showing up with the hope that I'm going to impart something they don't have. So I hope I leave some wisdom.
Pearls of wisdom.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's lovely, Marcy. Yeah, and a client certainly, some clients have that look on their face that brings up that part of us, like, what would be the best thing to say? Yep. Anybody else?
I have a part. It's not, it doesn't feel caretaking. It feels like fixing. I have a fixer part.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And and Paula, you've been playing around with IFS, so you've been noticing and your parts, and you've noticed this one that wants to fix. Yeah.
Mhm. Like a rescuer, a savior, come in and
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Yes. Yeah. I see the heads nodding.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I have a part that I'll acknowledge here. I have a client who is very, very, I call her unblendable. Um, she's just really, really can get super glued into the part. And sometimes after like a session or two that went really well, and so I log in and she's back in that part, I'll have an initial part that comes up that goes, oh gosh, we're here again. And then I start thinking what didn't work and what we did, what happened, like what could I have done that could have given us some longer differentiation from this part.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay. Now what we're going to do now is we're going to go into these 3 groups, right? Katie, are you getting yourself ready for that?
I have been assigning folks into breakout rooms off to the side. That's if it looked like I have parts that are distracted, it's because my parts are a little distracted.
You're busy.
There's
Yeah.
busy in the background. Yeah. So
Okay.
last call, if y'all do have a preference to not be in the main recorded room, shoot me a message. If not, it is completely random.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe I'm going to be in the big room, Katie.
That's what I have.
Okay, so I'll be in the big room and then Molly and Katie will be in the other 2 groups.
Yeah, and basically all we'll be doing, this is an opportunity to practice noticing what came up during this first 45 minutes here, and speak for it, and we'll see where it goes. And Katie, maybe 25 minutes?
Perfect. Well, timekeeping part is showing up right now. Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
I'm going to press all rooms. You may get an invite to join your Zoom room. If you're having any difficulties, please do message one of us, and we'll go ahead and get that sorted for you. Alrighty, I'm going to press all rooms.
All right. Looks like it's us. I'm okay unless you have a barking dog or a truck outside. You've got construction. If you want to unmute, we're small enough. I'm totally fine with that. So hi.
Hi.
Oh,
When Molly said to spend some time here speaking for our parts, does that make sense? Versus speaking from them? Okay. I'm going to ask someone to give me an example of speaking from a part and then demonstrate speaking for it. And you don't have to, I can do it for you. Kind of put you on the spot with that.
I mean, I imagine speaking from a part, I'm like thinking about my afternoon, like if I was to really just let loose, like, oh my gosh, like I have 3 kids, I have 2 I have to get off the bus, 1 has to get to jujitsu, I have to be there at 5:30, this is supposed to end at 5:30, this isn't gonna work at all. What am I gonna do? So that's speaking from a part. Speaking for a part would be, oh, I have this part of me that feels overwhelmed by the afternoon and how timing wise everything is going to come together. So that's kind of my take on from a part versus for a part.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. I'm curious if there are if you notice any parts of you as Molly was speaking and giving some examples of you, whether it's you in yourself or you as a provider that you want to share into this group. Thank you for that, Kylie. I didn't have to enact my road rage part.
Sorry, we missed it.
Uh,
Yes, I have a part that is realizing how long it is and I have to work. I have some clients this afternoon and didn't realize that like it was going to be participatory and I wasn't ready. I was in my nightgown and then I was in a different group that didn't work. So then a part of me was really like feeling frantic about how to be, whether whether it should just abort the whole thing and look at the recordings later. It doesn't want to be a
yeah,
bad participant. It
yeah,
doesn't want to be judged by others that said,
that's right.
like, yeah.
That's right.
And then I have another part that's like, I have a part, excuse my language, that is a fuck that part. It's like, fuck that. You just show up, you know? So I've got a lot of that going on. Like, it's really
Yeah.
rebellious. It's like, you just stand your ground, you put your chin up, you just do what you got to do.
Thank you so much. What a beautiful way of speaking for those parts.
And
And
one more thing, there's another
Go.
part that's like really worried that you're going to be judged for laying back, but I got neck pain. So anyway, once I have an explainer part that says I'm not like a slacker because I'm doing this, I'm just trying to take care of myself.
Okay.
Boy, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah. So looks like Shanna just joined us. She's anybody that enters now is going to be in our main room. So Shanna, we're in a breakout right now,
Oh,
and we're
okay.
moving through the process of speaking for a part of us instead of from it. We've had
Okay.
two really beautiful examples. So thank you for that, though, Nancy. I really appreciate that because it's a dilemma that starts to stir up either anxiety or frustration or pissed offness or how did I get into this situation and who knew that the cameras were going to be open, right? Because it's not in the description as well as it could have been. So I really appreciate that. And I love your fuck that part too.
Mhm.
Just like, yeah, just show up, just, you know, keep your chin up and go.
Mhm.
So thank you for speaking for them. And you are encouraged to listen in from a place of open-heartedness and see which one really needs your attention and which one, that's how you make your choice, which one needs you the most.
It's always
Yeah.
the scared one. Yeah. That
Mhm.
is fear of judgment.
Mm.
Bet. You bet. Yeah. I get curious where that comes from. You know, I think I've got some answers,
Mm.
but yeah.
It doesn't want to be, um, oh boy, that's a big question. It comes from a lifetime of having a shaming, critical father.
Yeah. Yeah. I think if we all slow down enough and just check inside, we more than likely all have a part that is responding in some way to a parent or a teacher or a grandmother or grandfather, and the loving adults in our life that we have to depend on, that say things that confuse us. Yeah. Anyone else want to speak for a part? It can be a professional part since it's kind of where we are.
I'm noticing a part that knowing that, and I was debating with myself, do I say I don't want to be in the recording? But I definitely notice a part that has like a little pressure to be like articulate and do a good job, like knowing that people are going to be watching this back.
Yeah. May I say something to that part?
Please.
There's no right or wrong way to do this at all. And there's no moral judgment in how your parts want to respond or not. Yeah, but I really appreciate that. Being recorded opens up a whole different level of exposure and judgment. Yeah. Thank you. I think some of us probably feel that way too. Yeah, you've got some in the IFS trainings, we call it subgroup. Like when somebody shares something, we're like, yep, subgroup. I have that part too. So I'm seeing some head nods here around that about doing it right because it's a teachable moment. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So Shanna, to bring you up a little bit more, Molly did a didactic on nutrition therapist, dietitian parts that come up, caregivers or caretakers, rescuers, fixers, timekeepers. What were some of the others? The science mind part that wants to come in and say, well, let me tell you about that diet you just talked about. The research, comes in and kind of does that kind of stuff. Yeah. And so we had a chance to kind of notice, and we're going to dive a little deeper going forward into noticing parts of us that we may not even know about, because a lot of our parts live, I call it on the DL. They're there. We don't feel them, see them, notice them that much, but there they are, pattering away, doing their thing. And I remember once a client actually terminated with me. We had a repair, and then she terminated again because my dietitian part, this is pre-IFS. She walked in first day, she said, I want nothing white, no white bread, no white rice. I mean, no, I want nothing whole wheat. I only want white bread, white English muffins, white rice. And my dietitian always put whole wheat in front of English muffins. Always. Every time I was going to mention an English muffin, it would say whole wheat. And it really hurt her because she thought, you didn't hear a thing I said. And so, yeah, of course. So those things kind of happen in sessions, and we're not even aware of them. They're just, yeah.
Yeah, I had so many parts that came up. I related to a lot of the parts Molly shared on that our parts slide. I think the kind of loudest part is one around like burnout. Like I've been in this like season of burnout, and I've made like a significant change. Like I was in private practice for 10 years, and then I was like, I don't think I can do this anymore about a year ago. And things shifted. And I ended up taking a job with Center for Discovery, which has been interesting because I've never worked at a higher level of care before. And in a lot of ways, it's been a huge blessing. But there's this part that's just like, it's time to figure out this burnout crap. Like, it's time to get over
Yeah.
it. It's time to move back into something more impressive. Um,
Yes.
and so I think that's the loudest part at this point.
Yeah. And it makes a lot of sense. It makes a whole lot of sense. I don't know how many others here are in that space of, I'm burning out in this. What else is there for me? What's available? Do I go to another group, another company? Do I start my own thing? Yeah. So that part is really worth listening into to get a little feedback from it about why it's burning out. What's leading up to that feeling.
I thought that I was having as Kylie was saying that I don't know if I'm hearing this from my own sort of lens of like a part of me, but I think a part of me really relates to the like this feels like very like a dietitian thing, but the like, I've got to figure this out. Like, this is my problem that I need to tackle. And like, it's like like, I don't know, I think just that mindset. Like I know I don't approach burnout from a place of like kindness and compassion and curiosity. I'm like, I'm doing something wrong. That's why I'm feeling burnout. I'm not doing enough self-care, all the things. So that like kind of resonated for me, even if that wasn't what you actually meant.
Yeah, yes, like let's fix this. And this like burnout process has been happening for like a year, and like I've made changes, but I wish I could have known like what I would like why I was doing what I was doing. Like I wish I could have known like, oh, I'm stepping away from the intensity of private practice to take a like easier job because like it's I want to say something, but I'm like, that's rude to say, but like the work at CFD feels pretty brainless. Like when you come from private practice, like it's super straightforward. There's no creativity needed. I really do like the dietary program there. Like I have a part that's like protective now. And now my brain just got fogged out and I forgot the point I was making. But anyways, I wish I could have known. I like it was messy how the transition for me happened. It was very messy. And I wish it could have been perfect and pretty and been like, oh, yeah, like I'm going to take 3 months off. I'm just going to regroup with my family. There's been a lot of changes. But it was way more like frenetic and messy than that. And I don't like that. And so there's something there to get to know better.
Absolutely. And I even appreciate the one that came in and fuzzed you out because you said something that you thought you shouldn't say and you said it anyway, and then it was gone.
Mhm.
Yeah. So you can start to see how, every thought we have is generated by a part of us that has a belief about something and a way to do it. And so your manager parts professionally have been working really hard to get you out of a situation that felt overwhelming and into something that felt a little bit more, I'm just going to slide into something that's already prescripted. I don't have to think. I can just go in and do it. I don't have to bill. I don't have to, any of that stuff. So yeah, so I really appreciate all those parts working for you. And they all have information in some way or another. If we follow them inside, we can get to know that part that's making those decisions for you. And I have a really strong hunch that it's connected to an even younger part of you that's holding some vulnerability around performance, working, showing up. Yeah. And so then when you get to know that part and you heal that younger part, then this one that's shifting you through all these different modalities won't have to do that quite to that extent. Yeah. It's a hard place to be. I have 2 consultation groups, and in both of them, I have people saying, I don't know if this is where I'm supposed to be, not the group, but in their practice or in their profession. I had that. I mean, I wrote a chapter in a book called Freeing Self about the dietitian, diet, what was it? Diet mind to dietitian to, I can't remember the title of it, but it was all about that process of knowing, because I didn't know parts then. I wanted something so badly. And I fit the profile of a dietitian. I pushed and over exceeded, right? We over efforted everything in that undergrad process and the internship process. I mean, right? It's just what we do. I needed the job. And so I had to do everything as hard as I could to make sure I got the job. And looking back at it now, I'm like, oh my God, I love that part of me so much. I just scoop her up sometimes as I hear, just sit right here. Let's just sit right next to each other. Oh my God, I love you. You got me here, but oh, you can rest now. All right, we don't need to keep pushing and over efforting in this. We can settle back a little. But it doesn't feel like that sometimes when those parts aren't seen. Yeah.
I've noticed that, Kylie, when you said that you fogged out, that's what happens when I have parts fight. And I witness it all the time in clients too, where they're super polarized and these two parts are arguing, and then there's a collapse. And it happened today because of these show up, don't show up, which group do I and then I get real sleepy and I can't grasp things. So just noticing that, and that is something that happens when I'm doing private practice, which makes private practice hard when I have all the polarizations fighting, and then I have to like try to push through and focus and
Mhm.
override it. Anyway, it's just something I'm noticing.
Yeah. And I get curious around that. Like, what would happen if you in self energy stepped into the conversation between the battle, right? If you were there to co facilitate, to participate with them in inner dialogue. Oh, I see this one really has to go and do this thing this afternoon, but this one doesn't want to miss the rest of this day, here. And acknowledging, affirming, yes, it's hard. There's a decision to be made here. That's what
Yeah.
we with. Yeah, that's what we sit with as providers, but also as humans.
Mhm.
We have these real polarities.
Yeah, and it's this feeling of being trapped in the double bind, either one.
Yeah, you bet. And so many of us don't have the economic means to leave a job,
Exactly.
to just leave it and then go discover. We don't have that. So we're trying to do the job, take care of families or ourselves outside of that, and then figure out what to do next. So it makes it, yeah, the dilemma.
Mhm.
And often, I truly mean this, if we follow in a part to our inner landscape and we sit with it, guided by an IFS therapist, perhaps, or an IFS coach, and we get to know that part that's in the polarity, we really get to see it in a different way and we understand it more fully. All these parts that are working within you right now, even the ones that are trying to help you with your career, they're stuck in a time warp. They're back there. They're not here and present and seeing how hardworking you are and how much you have to offer to the world. They just can't. They're stuck. And so it's what I love about IFS is that we have ways of greeting them where they are, witnessing them, and then the best part of all is retrieving them, bringing them to the present to be with us. Yeah, helping them heal. So when you, Kylie, spoke about burnout, it's, oh God, I was in so much burnout when I was in an academic medical institution and a weight loss clinic.
Mm.
I mean, it was affecting me physically. And when I left, there was such joyous relief at not having to be in that space anymore. And I've always been a seeker. I have a seeker part that wants not the next great thing, but the next thing that has like a spiritual component to it or can bring some softening and peace inside. So I taught yoga forever and ever and followed yoga philosophy forever and ever. And when I found IFS, I'm just plugging. I have not had burnout since 2011.
Mm.
I've been afraid. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh my God, that woman just got up and ran out of my office because she met a part and I didn't know what to do with it in the beginning. Level one, got 2 weekends of study under my belt. And I'm like, what just happened? So we have those moments of, gosh, what? Yeah. But once there's the thing in my consultation groups that I see is as so needed are unconfident parts, non-confident. What's the right word?
Insecure.
Yeah, they get afraid in a session. And I said, IFS is a self-correcting system. If you make a suggestion to a client, well, is that part blah, 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 which we probably wouldn't do anyway, but you did it. And they were like, no, not at all. It's this or this or this. Like our assuming parts, like Molly said, oh, I know which protector is going to pop up into them right now. And so we don't do that in IFS. We just say, well, what are you noticing now? But nonetheless, if that happens, which I did, they correct and say, no, that's not what that part's about. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. And that kind of helps me regroup a little bit and say, oh yeah, that wasn't the best question. And my little, a little IFS nerd over here saying, don't ask this question. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice to hear about. Yeah, IFS being such a benefit to, or a kind of anecdote to, antidote. There you go, to burnout. Like yeah, that's nice. I think ultimately this like break from private practice will be good for me. Because when I think about that burnout part and go a little more inside, like there's something with like showing up, like always having to show up for clients 100%. Like I have to be there for them. Like I am for the benefit of others. And like that goes
Bless you.
back to like
Yeah.
childhood and the
Yeah.
role I took on as like a middle child. And so that's
Mhm.
worth getting to know more, not just most of my parts. There's a huge cognitive part that just likes to think about things and not feel them. Just like here up is
Mhm.
real active, here down, not so much. But
Yeah. Yeah.
I think, yeah, that's tied in. And then, I mean, just everything Molly was saying about like, you know, relating to clients. Like, I think there's a part that always did that. Like, there's some part of me that's like, well, I'm incompetent and I can't rely on my intelligence to connect with others. So, like, I have to bring value by oversharing. Like, even if I'm aware of the limitations of self-disclosure, which I wrote a blog for a really long time. And so there was a lot of self-disclosure. And I was always just like, I don't care what people think, whatever, so be it. But then Marcy Evans at one point was like, do you think you're creating like more pressure for yourself to like have to be perfect by like having a presence? And I was just like, can't touch that, not touching that, I'm gonna leave. And so
Yeah.
yeah, I think there's a lot of parts that weren't being attended to. Um, that I was just operating out of, that this is very helpful to be like, oh, okay, what would it be like to get to know some of these parts a little better, like hard parts that have a hard time holding boundaries for like
Yeah.
clients when they like are requiring like excessive coordination of care and just like things I should have started to bill for but didn't. Um,
And
it-
what would it be like for that part to not have to be responsible for that other human? Exactly.
I mean, like breaking up with clients when I closed my private practice, like that was, I felt like that
Yeah.
I can't, yeah, that's for a deeper
Yeah.
conversation, but that was really
Yeah.
horrible to like let them
So
down in that way.
that's right. That's right. And that's the belief of that part that you did not show up. That is such a beautiful trailhead to follow inside. You kind of already know intellectually where it began, but really getting to know it and letting it know that it's not responsible for what happens in your life today.
Mm.
Yeah, but thank it for its willingness to be there and to always push you to be the best you can be, because that's its role. Yeah. And self-disclosure is such it's kind of an easy out.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes it is helpful. Clients will want to know, well, what do you eat, or how do you work out? Or
Yeah.
I remember in MI training that I would have to say things like, they taught us to say, well, how would that information be useful to you? All right, we're having people coming back. Thank you all in my
Thank you.
group. Katie, so I don't forget, is there a way when we break out like that that we can have a time clock, or did you have one, but it's just not in the main room?
I don't know if there's a way to have like a timer going.
It usually does. If you set the amount of time for the group, then it will put it up there in the upper corner.
Okay, I didn't see a timer button, so I apologies.
No.
Yeah.
No worries about that. I just get lost in the conversation. And then I had forgotten to look at when we actually did go out into the group. So,
Yeah.
Okay. I figured I'll do like a little broadcast message, like, okay, we have about a minute left.
Right.
yeah, we got that.
Perfect.
Got that one.
Okay. So, I think it's time for Diana,
Yep,
isn't it?
I think you're right. Yeah.
Unless anybody has anything that came up in their small group that they really want to bring here a moment.
We good?
Okay.
Okay. Katie, if in a moment, I'll ask if you can cue up the implicit bias slide, because somebody the other day I was doing a presentation and they could not go backwards in the presentation, so they had to go back to the beginning. Anyway, everyone, we are moving toward a meditation, and this meditation is in IFS trainings. We meditate all the time, right? We open the training with the meditation, we end with one. We do some in between. And so we become very accustomed to them. This meditation has an intention for you of helping you identify parts of you that may have manifested around a belief or an attitude that originated outside of you in the external world, the culture at large, your family, groups that you may have had membership in. And these beliefs, often we don't recognize that they lodge inside of us in a hidden way, and they emerge when we're least expecting it. So if we can put up the implicit bias slide, you all probably know this definition really well, but implicit bias, the parts of you that I'm talking about right now, they're unconscious attitudes and beliefs that operate outside of your conscious awareness, and they're heavily influenced by social mores, societal norms, your own personal experiences, families, and all of that. And some of those are on the right here. The only one I think I'll say something about is the halo effect. And the reason I want to bring that one up is sometimes we can have a part that arises when we hear clients share about their treatment from other providers. And I have a part that gets really up and activated if I feel like a client is not being believed or something has been done to them that didn't need to happen by a provider, or something that was beyond the client's understanding. And so I had to work on sort of that halo effect of, okay, somebody came to me from another dietitian and they show me what they were given, and I had an activation around the recommendations that they were being given. It was lovely to explore that with the client and to get a little more clarity around why they reacted, and questioning, is that why you're here now? So sometimes we may feel that what we impart is the best medical advice and knowledge that we can. And yet, if we can stand back and listen to that ourselves, we might see that there's something in there that may not be serving the client so much. All right. So my mouse is going to be a problem. Okay. So what I deeply appreciate about the IFS model, it allows us as providers to recognize that these are parts of us, and they are parts that hold specific beliefs. They're observations of those around us, and they may be asking for our attention. These beliefs can be really, really strong. So in time, recognizing and befriending these parts essentially allows them to feel a deeper trust in us. That trust that allows recognition. I can say to my part, oh, I see how tired you are of doing what you do for me, and highlighting this particular belief, or this, what I'm going to call from now on, a bias, right? Around something, as Molly mentioned, many of them. When we can notice the part and we can lean into their story, we can hear their fatigue, we can hear that they're ready to not do this anymore. And so we can offer healing. We can let them know who we are. We can update them and say, in my group, we spoke a little bit about parts being stuck in the past. So we can update these parts and say, look, I'm here. I'm 66, going on 67. I've been doing this a long time. So you don't have to do this anymore. And so when we can do that inside of us with our provider parts, we can then support our clients from a really clear and unbiased foundation. You may remember 2 nights ago, Dick spoke of legacy or cultural burdens. And these are parts that you may become aware of in this meditation as I guide you toward your inner landscape a little bit. Just for clarity, I'm going to highlight a couple of legacies that we live with in our world today. And one of them is not enough. And that stems from, different famines that have happened where there wasn't enough food, but it lands on us now as I'm not good enough or smart enough. I'm not talented. I'm not likable. I'm not trustworthy. I'm not able. In other words, I'm not worthy for this job, for this partner, for this whatever we're involved in. There's legacy of family burdens and beliefs. And these are really deep legacies that go back often generations, and they hold so much shame. And the shame can be around sexual orientation. It can be gender fluidity, gender dysphoria, transphobia, weight and body image. Yeah, said a client to me one day, as you helped me meet my binge eating part, I had this overwhelming remembrance of my dad binge eating and that his mom binge ate too. Wow, I can't believe there's this like generational thread. And so I was able to help them through what we call a legacy unburdening to let that go. So they weren't, and using this word intentionally, weighed down. So when we have weight and body image parts, we can often connect it to either culture or our family. We may have biases that are socioeconomically driven. We might have biases around ability and disability. And we also may have bias around mental health concerns like neurodivergence and that kind of thing. And I'm not quite sure how to be with people like that. So I'm going to lead us through a meditation for you to invite any part or parts of you to be present, especially those parts of you that wear masks to conceal their identity. What you may need for this is paper, a pen or pencil, markers, crayons, whatever works for you. Because this experiential exercise is offered for you to begin to identify your own implicit bias. Some you may not be aware of and some that you may. I've heard Dick say over and over and over, you cannot live in this country, in this world, without having a racist part. You just can't. We all have a racist part. We all have, most of us have some type of part around body ideals. Something comes up for us around what that looks like. And so this is to help you notice these parts. Some of you might want to close your eyes, drop in, and stay there the whole time. Others might want to drop in just to get settled a little bit, and then you'll open your eyes and you'll start drawing or writing or adding something to the paper that you have there in front of you. There is no right way. There is no wrong way to do this. This is totally, you can take your own journey. You can go somewhere, whatever your system needs right now. If your parts let you do this meditation, I'm going to invite you to start by drawing an image of yourself on the paper, representing yourself in the way that feels right to you. I'm going to be judging the end of that when you're no longer writing. So some of you have your cameras on and I can see where you are in the process. Offering some inquiry here around this drawing. How much space do you take up on the paper? Are you contracted and tight? Open and expansive? Notice any sensations or thoughts, memories that come into your awareness as you do this exercise. So you're looking at your image on the paper. Feel free to represent those different sources on the page or inside of yourself, whatever feels right. Next, take a moment to reflect. I'm going to read a list of sources of personal burdens and beliefs, family burdens and beliefs, and cultural burdens and beliefs. And just reflect on those. And these can be beliefs that are related to food in your body. They can be related to you as a provider of eating disorders. This can be personal or it can be professional. So the first reflection is the larger culture, your country, your state, any values or ethics that you've noticed from that. Just checking inside yourself and seeing if you notice any burdens inside of you, any beliefs that were formed on the larger culture. Diet culture is a part of that overriding culture. And if you'd like, you can list some bullet points as we move on so that you can maybe spend some time later if there are more that are coming up, just kind of jot them down. You can flesh them out in a bit. And the next source is your ethnic group or your race. What burdens are you carrying related to that? How about your family, your biological family, maybe an adopted family, a chosen family, your current family? What burdens are you carrying that came from that group? educational opportunities that were afforded to you or not? What did you take away from that experience? Your profession. What are you holding on to that your profession gave you? And various other communities that you may have had experience in, your friends, music clubs, church choir, Girl Scouts, sports teams, gymnastics, cheerleading, sorority, book groups, Sunday school and other religious classes, colloquial, LGBTQ, Haze and body positivity, anti-diet, religious leaders in your community, radio, TV, social media. And I'm happy to repeat those if anyone needs me to. A lot of groups we're connected with, and we do bleed over into them and from them. Ask yourself now, how much space do these occupy now in your life, and how much do they occupy in the past? And what kind of messages did you receive from each? What kinds of sensations or imprints do you notice as you reflect on your membership in each of those groups? You may notice that some had a pretty great impact on you. Which ones? And how are they affecting you now in the present, in your life, in your family, in your work? We're going to shift together and go a little bit more deeply. So again, do what's right for you. This may be an opportunity to just be with what you're noticing inside. You can take notes after, or you can take notes as you go, whatever's right. But I have a sense that you may have noticed some parts that had a lot to say about certain experiences. I invite you to settle your awareness on the part or parts of you that seem to be the most activated or need some attention from you right now around the messages that they received and the story that was made about you based on those messages. And you might ask if there are more than one that shares that same or similar emotional experience. And if so, see if it would like to join that first part that you started with. Inviting them all into a space inside of you that feels warm and safe and comfortable. How do you notice this part or parts in or around your body? Parts may show up as a body sensation, a memory, a feeling, a thought, an energy, an image, a color. How do you notice these parts? I'm going singular here, but if there are more than one part with you, certainly it's the group. But how would it like to be seen or known by you? Check inside of you to see how you're feeling toward this part. If you don't notice feelings like open-heartedness, curiosity, calm, or a similar feeling, like feeling sad toward it or tender toward it, ask those parts that hold the other feelings if they would be willing to settle back just for a few moments until you can feel the qualities of open-heartedness, calm, and if for some reason these parts won't let you feel those qualities of curiosity and calm, just hang out with them for a little bit. But if they do feel that from you, ask them if they see you noticing them. Do they know who you are? If they don't, I'm going to pause here for a few moments for you to update them, to show them how old you are now, to show them your families, things you've experienced like education, jobs, parenthood, so that they can see you as you currently are. You may notice a little awe when they can see you for who you are. Disbelief. That's okay. If it feels that they are connecting to you, ask them what they would like you to know about what it's been like to carry these beliefs, these burdens, or anything else they would like you to know about that. Ask what this part may need from you to help with these different sources of painful or extreme messages. If that makes sense to you, let them know that. Let them know you're getting it. That you're going to be here for them. And you can let them know that you're inviting them to consider returning back to you at another time, another place, where you can hold specific space for them. For you to get to know them even more, and they you. And maybe helping them release the burdens they're holding. You may want also to set an intention to journal or draw about this experience. It's another way of being with them. And invite them all to look around their space and see if there's anything they need in that space where they are right now that could help them be more comfortable and feel safer to stay there until you can return to them. And remind them they do have each other. They can lean on for support until you're back. When all of this feels complete, and please take your time, you can blink your eyes open and return to the circle of our group. Well, thank you all for that. So I'm going to invite you all to self-care around your need to go to the bathroom and things like that, because we're kind of moving and there are so few breaks that are built in so that you get the CEUs for the time that you spent here. So take care of yourself. But what we were leaning toward is breaking out into twos, into dyads, to share with each other if that feels comfortable. Any parts of you that were discovered that have been affected by the groups that we mentioned, that I mentioned.
Mm-hmm. And obviously take care of yourself as you share. If there's some things you noticed in there that you don't want to share with a soul, that's fine.
Right.
Miss them. But it can be useful to share with someone. Wow, what did I notice? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So we'll go in dyads for maybe, should we say 15 minutes? We were going to do 20, but we're a little behind, so maybe 15. And just in case there's someone here who isn't available to go into a dyad, like you've got a kid you're taking care of or something like that. If everybody could turn on their videos, unless you really can't go into a dyad, so Katie will know who is available to go into dyads.
And also, if there is someone that you have a dual relationship with that you may not feel comfortable, go ahead and send me a message. I'm putting all into random rooms right now, but unless I see that message, then Molly, are you hanging back here for a minute with a slide?
Yeah, yes, and you're going to put a slide up, right?
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I guess the three of us will all be staying back here, right?
Yeah,
I
we'll
think
stay
so.
back here.
I think we have
Unless,
we're an odd number. So
okay, I'm gonna go in. Oh,
Yeah,
I'll go in
you're going
with
to go in.
odd person.
Okay.
And you guys will put that slide up in the big room and Then-
And Katie and I will be here, so if anyone in a dyad would like some assistance, please, you can somehow let Katie know that you
You
need
can just
someone. And
leave the room.
you can leave the meeting and come back in, and then Katie can put you back in.
Not leave
and
the
I
whole
can-
meeting, just leave the breakout room.
Yeah. Leave the breakout, and then I can pop in there with you if that's helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm opening all rooms. Let me know if there's any hiccups. Come back and we'll figure it out. Fingers crossed with the tech. Okay. Kristen, are you present?
Did we have an odd number because her camera was off?
Let me move someone into Molly's room. There.
Okay.
And then I will broadcast to Molly.
It's a good idea.
Oh, it's maybe the participant that messaged me about needing to hop off and quickly grab something. So that's okay. I'll send Molly a quick text.
Okay.
I don't know if I can broadcast it. Oh, you came back on before I was able to send a message. Oh, you're muted, Molly.
Yeah, Robin came in there, so I figured it meant you didn't need me. Yeah,
Oh, good.
yeah.
Well,
So
we're waiting on Kirsten. We don't know if she's the one that messaged that she had to go get something to eat.
okay.
Childcare.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
let's
for
share.
those listening to the recording, they get to use this time for journaling a little more, noting their parts, things like that. We're going to leave the recording on so you get all of your CEUs.
Yeah.
So I think we could disappear, probably.
I think I'm going to just for a moment. I can come back pretty quickly, but
I'll be here until someone comes back.
I'm back, Katie.
Beautiful. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick bio break.
Okay.
For those of you listening to the recording, you have about 9 or 10 minutes left.
Gonna close all rooms. I hope folks are starting to wrap up this last conversation. People should start trickling back in.
Yeah, and maybe we can get that slide down. We don't need it anymore. Oh.
Hmm. Yeah, it's curious why it's not setting a timer.
Mhm. Oh, welcome back, everyone. I think everyone's here.
We have
Oh,
two rooms that are still.
there we go. Okay. Now everyone's here. Welcome back. We are going to have a chance to share with a larger group, any of you who want to share anything that any of the discoveries that came up for you. We realize we've been going at it for 2 hours now. And we wanted to check with everyone. We could take a 15-minute break now and then another break at about another 2 hours later. And then we'd be able to even end 15 or 30 minutes early. Does anybody think that's a good idea, or would they rather have more breaks, longer breaks? Who likes the idea of, I have longer break in the chat. Who would like us to have shorter breaks and end early? Who's,
Mm.
we have a few votes there. Yeah, some have to pick up kids or something, and people who would definitely like the longer breaks to make a meal or something like that.
Would it work for us to have 30 minutes now and just not do a 15-minute and everybody self-care about going to the
Or
bathroom this
do
afternoon?
little 5-minute ones or something.
Yeah, and that way they can have the longer break and end 15 minutes early.
Like that idea. For those of
Okay.
you who are in our live recording, please do not log off during this break. It's important to us that you get your CEUs. And just the way that CEGO works, it's making sure that you're in attendance for, I think it's 85%, maybe it's 90, of the presentation today. So while we're on our break, feel free to turn off your camera, mute yourself, set a timer, and we'll catch you at the other end.
Yeah, so we'll get back together on the hour or about a minute after. And everybody can head off, and then we'll do one other break later. But that'll still give us, we can get out 15 minutes early. Okay, awesome. So you can just turn your audio off.
Oh. Back.
Oh, welcome back, everyone. And thank you for being willing to play with the timing with us. We'll make it work so that you get a full workshop and yet get to take care of yourself as best you can. Oh, Lynn has a kitty cat with her. Yeah. Okay. So this is the time to share what came up for you during Diana's meditation and or during the dyads. Sometimes when we share with someone else, other stuff comes up. So who wants to jump in and share what they noticed?
can share.
Sure.
I noticed there's a pretty strong part of me that like really identifies with healthism that has been, of course, influenced by society at large, but also our training as dietitians. And I was sharing with Paula, like I was feeling like, oh, I've done so much work on navigating that. But having some chronic illnesses that I've been diagnosed with the last couple of years that can be affected by some gentle nutrition, at least the symptoms. And then also being pregnant has really stirred a lot of that up for me. So that's kind of interesting to notice and something that I'm like, we need to spend some time with that.
Yeah.
Any subgroups? Right.
Yeah.
Folks that might have noticed that part in them. Yeah.
Of
Yeah.
course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that mean you said any subgroups, meaning anybody?
Oh, that's a term, sorry, that's a term we end up using in IFS trainings. It basically means, oh yeah, me too. You know, like I've experienced that too. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll share a little bit. What surprised me was that when I went to the part that was the target, I maybe probably from another part said, I love you no matter what size you are. And the part said, I can't believe you wouldn't want me to be skinny
Oh.
because it makes my life so much easier. So it felt betrayed by loving her for whatever size.
Ah,
So I thought that was really interesting.
right. There's a polarization in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Those two parts. And Nancy, I think I'm hearing, tell me if I'm wrong, that those two parts have been, it's like they're on different planets and they didn't necessarily know each other was there.
No, not at all. Because I
Yeah.
thought, there's a part of me that wants to say the right thing. As and it's so messed up, my whole eating thoughts about appearance and all that. It's just so ingrained that when I get to a part, it feels like I got to say something that is gonna, I don't know. I don't know what to say to them. I want to say the right thing, but it's so ingrained that there's just, I don't feel like there's any self energy there because it's so desperate to not have all this happen within me. No matter, what, it's just so part.
So ingrained in some part and
Yeah.
and these parts that have these beliefs and thoughts have been there so long.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess the thought is like, I mean, I see this all the time with my clients. Like, they want to say something to help the part, like, but of course it doesn't need that. It needs to be listened to. I guess that's the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the unique thing about IFS. We turn toward those parts. Notice them. Even though, boy, they feel like they're not going to help the person recover. They're in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, 1 second. I'm switching internet. 2 seconds. Okay. Switch to my better one. Who else has things they notice that they like to share?
I'm happy to share. Well, one, I had a lovely little coincidence with the person that I was partnered up with, where we actually were from like the same state, kind of randomly, which that was just like a nice little like, oh, comfort. And there was like a lens of just like culture that I think I hadn't been thinking about of where we were from originally. So that was kind of nice. But I think the piece that came forward for me is like as someone who has a lived experience of an eating disorder, and I think resonated with some of what Teresa I think said in a different webinar the other day around like although we might be like asymptomatic, there might be like residuals of things that are related to why we had the eating disorder in the first place that still may crop up and show up. And so I think one that still shows up for me is a part that's very concerned about how others perceive me and how I'm seen. Feels very protective of me. And I think as I was like sitting with it a little bit more, I was noticing some interesting things around like maybe some of the origins of like misogyny around that, of like being as a female identifying person, and some of the experiences I've had as a woman in the world and how that shaped, I think, being preoccupied with how other people see me as like one aspect of that. And so some like internalized misogyny that likely shapes kind of how I operate and I guess perceive and fearful of being perceived in the world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I can share. There is a long history of both anxiety and depression in my family, and I have dealt with both in my life. And I've always heard in mental health, like from therapists, that and maybe you all would not say this, I don't know, but that those two kind of go together. But I recognized when we were doing this exercise that the anxiety is older, like, so the depression is like a fourth grade age and the anxiety is a college age. So it was really, really like illuminating and very interesting to me, where I've always thought of those two like co-occurring together in my life, that they were actually really separate time periods of my life. So that was really interesting.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing that one, Paula. And congratulations for just listening. Yeah. And what you heard was some truth from them, that they're not just the same or glommed together. Oh,
Yeah, and for me, it's really
interesting trailhead to follow further.
Yeah, definitely, right? And for me it's really visual, like the fourth grader like wears a specific outfit, and like it's I'm a very visual person, so it's really interesting, those layers that go with the part.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, cool. Anybody else have new things that they noticed that they hadn't noticed before?
For me, something around like my family of origin stuff came up, and it was around greed. We think it was greed. Me and Alyssa were trying to, is it greed? Like we were kind of confused. Um, but then in the break, I was just like laying on the ground outside, and I was like, oh yeah, like me and Alyssa were getting there, but I was also like, I don't think this is mine. Um, so I think it was more like my dad's greed coming up, and then I ended up like giving him a phone in my visualization, like with CNBC on with the stock ticker going across, and just being like, this is yours. Like this isn't mine. Um, and so that was interesting. But then there was this part that came up that got so sad just to leave my dad there with his CNBC on his phone. And it's this like caretaking part that comes into my work a lot, and I feel like contributes to burnout because I end up taking on too much for the client and feeling too responsible. So it was very insightful.
Mhm. Wow, Kylie, what an experience. Yeah. So you had what we would call a legacy unburdening, or a sending back something that you inherited. And I'll let you know that he can send it back too.
Mm.
And I'm not talking about the actual, I don't know if your father's alive or not, but even if he is, that's not, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking
Mhm.
about the him that you hold.
Mhm.
That it is possible for you to be there with him and let him send it back farther from where it came from too.
Hmm.
Does that fit for you at all?
Yeah, that sounds like a much nicer option than where it ended. So thanks.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. Diana, did you want to say something?
I was going to jump in and say that too, so that Kylie's caretaker wouldn't have to be working overtime. But in the
Mhm.
legacy unburdening, you get to give back the burden to whom your system feels gave it to you, and then they in turn can turn back. And we don't even have to know the ancestors.
Mhm.
They just keep sending it back and sending it back. And then when it's at the end, the one of you who noticed holding it gets to say how they want it to go away, like with the elements, like wind, fire, water,
Mm.
earth, that kind of thing. So it's definitely an unburdening. And then
Mm.
your part gets to make that delineation, how it gets taken care of in the
Mhm.
end.
Mm.
That way there's nobody in here that has to take care of anybody.
Right.
I like this. Thank you. That's helpful.
And
Yeah.
one beautiful thing too is you can also ask whoever was the last one that released it for your part's way, is there a legacy gift? Is there
And
a
heirloom.
gift from
Yeah.
heirloom? Is there an heirloom that they want to pass forward?
Mm. Hmm.
And that could be love of cooking or education or something, that tenacity or whatever gift they find in their family line, they pass forward.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. That's
Mhm.
really beautiful.
Uh-huh.
I
And what's important, oh, yeah,
how
just a
far,
second, Paula. I just want to remark on, Kylie, what happened here was you were aware the part of you that held that thing about greed was like, wait a minute, this isn't mine. I don't
Mhm.
I don't need this anymore, right?
Mhm.
That's the important thing.
Mhm.
Yeah. And you did let it go.
Mhm.
Yeah, Paula?
I'm curious, in practice with clients, and you said that you can continue to hand it back generations and you don't even have to know the ancestors. How many generations back have you had a lived experience seeing someone hand it back? Or what is that look?
Generations. Sometimes so far back, one client said, I see the longest line, and they're just consistently passing it back, passing it back. So really, so when we're inside of ourselves, anything's possible. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. Chances are what's more apt to happen, you may be with a client who gets to the point that Kylie did of going, this isn't mine. This is what my family all said to me. I don't need this.
Mhm.
And you can simply ask them, where does it need to go then?
Mhm.
And they may internally have the sense, yeah, it goes back through my mother, grandmother, etc. Or they may just have the sense it's going away with the wind. Or
Mhm.
ask inside what needs to happen with it if it doesn't actually belong in there anymore. Mhm. And it can, when we're new with this, it can feel like, okay, I got to make this happen. I got to find the things that are stuck in this person and help them get rid of it, and that's probably not going to work very well. It's a matter of when the client notices it, and we can help them notice it and slow down.
Mhm.
Oh, huh. So that got stuck in there somehow. What might need to happen here? Yeah.
And is letting it go through one of the four elements the primary ways you see things let go, or are there other ways that you see that they go?
There are these legacy and cultural burdens, right? And then there are personal burdens, which are a little different. Personal burdens are shame from when I was in kindergarten and this happened, or, in my life. Almost always they get let go to the elements. Frankly, though, speaking of Aaron and creativity, our systems are incredibly creative. One of my parts decided it wanted to put the burden on one of those little tiny boats that kids make with a little pencil and a little piece of paper for a sail, and put it out in the water, right? I don't know where that came from, right? And I've had clients say that it needs to be blasted out into space. The part that held the burden is the one that knows where it needs to go. It's handy to say elements because very often it's water, or burning it or burying it, or letting it go in the air. But
I've had clients that have vomited it up because it lives in their midsection. And clients that will breathe it into a balloon and set it off and let it go to the ethos, the cosmos, whatever, just let it float away. So many, we've got a fire pit in the backyard. I want to take her out there. She wants to go out there. She wants to throw it in the fire. Wants to see the smoke go out into the cosmos. So really any way, as long as it works for them and they feel like, you have them check their body. Check your body again and see if there's anything still there that this part might want to let go, if there's anything left.
Now, what we're talking about here is unburdening, which is generally the part of IFS that that people who haven't had the training don't necessarily do. However, it just happens sometimes, just like Kylie. It just happened, right? And we can be there and witness it, right? It doesn't make sense to deliberately help your client guide through that process unless you've had the training. But it's good to know that this is something that happens, that parts can let go of things. And if you're there to witness it and be with it, go for it. So. Anybody else have stuff that came up in that meditation, things that you realize you took on from family or culture or groups or your profession, or okay. How about we do a maybe a few more minutes of any Q&A, and then Diana will be going into the process when we have a trailhead. These are trailheads that you came up with. Where do we go from there? How do we start? But any other questions that anybody wants to ask at this point?
We did have that question from Emily earlier about effective self-disclosure and working with those parts. How parts can cloud that or really be enforcing. And Emily, feel free to chime in if you feel like I misconstrued your question.
Yeah, Emily, if you could sort of ask it again, and
Yeah. I think there was a part of me that's curious about, just like how, there is an element of oftentimes when I think we feel drawn to self-disclose, I feel like there's a relatedness that's, at least I'll speak for myself, that happens there of like, oh, I resonate with that, or I hear that, or I could see how maybe this client, knowing that maybe I've shared in that experience, may feel like may unburden them of shame, may be something like supportive. But I think also I'm curious about this, I guess, differentiation of like, how do I know when that's more about me versus when that's more about helping support them? Do we not always know? Is it kind of gray? And I guess how is part work kind of maybe used as a way to decipher through that a little bit, knowing that I think it's also tricky because self-disclosure sometimes happens in the moment, where maybe this dialogue too is like it takes time to kind of go through. So I don't know. Those are some thoughts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a really good question, Emily. And Marcy's got her hand up, and I'm wondering if she wants to say something about that.
I was just hoping to piggyback a little bit, because I had a similar wonder in response to Beth, talking about self-disclosure last night. And I'm curious, in addition to what Emily's speaking to, would love to hear you also talk about speaking for or sort of disclosing one's having parts as a provider. Because my experience, right, is that we want to share about our parts as clinicians with some intentionality, not just I have a part and I'm just going to say, well, yeah, I have a part that's coming up, we want to be really intentional that it's, fruitful to the therapeutic process and in some way helpful. And I think it can be, it can be hard to discern, particularly in the moment. Is my sort of speaking for a part? How unblended am I? So anyway, I would really love to hear the both of you.
Yeah, well,
That as it relates to self-disclosure.
yeah, and thanks for bringing up, Marcy, that we can use IFS to come up with the answer, basically. And there's no one right answer, but Emily, if you're noticing that's one of those moments, you're going, oh, I could share that I've had that experience, and I bet it may help the client, right? If in the moment and or in supervision later, right, you're able to slow things down inside and go, okay, there's a part of me. Let's sort out those parts. And actually, Emily, I'm stopping myself because we're going to have a chance after Diana's little thing to do some actual practice of working through parts the way we would in consultation, in case consultation. And I'd be glad to work with you, Emily, about that type of moment for you. She's got a thumbs up. Awesome. So we got at least one volunteer to do that. Okay, well, let's do that then.
Okay.
We can use the IFS process to work through that. Awesome. Okay.
Well, let me add something to that, though, because in the beginning of my dietetic practice, I would share of myself with people. And then once I became IFS trained, I realized that that's not really, I could start to watch, and it was not helpful, really, in the end, to people to hear about, anything about me. And so I rarely self-disclose now. If I do, I will say something like, I'm aligning with you right now from my own lived experience. But they could have said three things. And so we never clarify like which thing it was, but I'm aligning with you. I understand. So it's finding words that can connote your understanding without venturing into colluding. Because that sometimes self-disclosure can also be felt like colluding with them, and then it kind of changes the dynamic a little bit. I don't think it's bad or wrong. If if a provider is recovered from an eating disorder, some treatment centers require that to work there. And so it's very open that you disclose that to the people that you work with. It can have some benefit for sure. What was Marcy wanted to know something too, that second part of yours. Do you remember what you?
I'm more broad. Yeah, I'm curious about how we as clinicians skillfully share about our own parts with our clients in the service of their process. And this can be now or later, or if it doesn't like it lands, but something I reflect on a lot.
Yeah, well,
So
that's
thank
one of
you.
the things that I feel IFS helps us with because as Diana said, we can notice how things land. And
Mhm.
Diana, I think you were saying that you started noticing how your self-disclosure was landing and often it wasn't
Mhm.
helping, right?
Well, and I have people that will say to me, the thing I don't like about IFS is that people will say, "Oh, that was just a part of me." Like that forgives them for some
Dismissive.
transgression, you know, or something that may have been harmful to a client. Well, that was just a part of me. And so that's not the way you're talking, Marcy. Like there are times that, like, that's not okay. It's not okay to call someone's parts out, even your client. You can't say, "Oh, I see a part of you that's resisting right now." You know, we don't do that. We don't call out parts in other people or ourselves in that way. But we can speak for a part. And there are times that I've been with professionals, not necessarily my therapist, who have said, "I just want to speak for a part, Diana. I said something and I saw something register on your face, and I just want to check in with you about that, you know, because I want to know if they hurt my feelings or made me angry or something like that." So in that way, and I will use that with clients sometimes too. I can't think of an example which would be so helpful right now, but if I've noticed, I will often say, if anything I say or suggest or bring into the space between us doesn't land on you in a way that feels good or helpful, I am open to you letting me know that. Because I'm human too, and I do have parts, and you know, like my whole wheat English muffin dietitian part, just I have no memory of saying whole wheat English muffin, but she said it. So I'm always open for that. I'll say a part of me really wants to hear back if there's something you're noticing. Check in with parts around. Clients will say, "Well, I have a part that feels like you're judging me right now, or might be judging me for what I just said." And I ask them, I say, if you can, let the part look at me through your eyes and have it let you know if it's seeing anything judgmental in my being. And I've never had a yes because that's their part's response. And so if I get them to check it out with the part, they don't ever see judgment in my face or in my body.
Yeah, I think and Marcy, I think that's a good example of clients ask us sometimes, maybe subtly, maybe directly, you know, like what do you think? What that's awful that I would say that. What are people gonna think of me? Or what do you think of me? Or that kind of thing. They're asking basically for us to check in to our system and see if we are judging them. It's usually judgment that they're asking about, right?
Mhm.
And the best way to do it is to be really honest and go, let me check. Let me go inside. And I'm looking at you now. And yeah, as Diana said, what do you see? Do you see judgment? I'm not noticing any in here. I'm checking and I'm not noticing any. And if they say, but I saw your your wrinkles up here, and then I'll have to go back inside again and go, oh, right. That was a part of me that was really curious about what's going on in you right now. Or whatever. I mean, I'll be absolutely honest about whatever it was.
You gain a lot of trust with clients when you're that open.
And I always slow it down, even if I don't need that much time to check inside. I'll allow them to see that I'm checking inside.
You know, I noticed a part of me that got momentarily distracted by something outside the window. I'm sorry. You know,
Right.
that happens. I'm sorry. Especially if you're in a practice and you're the practice manager and you hear something outside the door and you can say, I'm sorry, a part of me is getting distracted now because I'm hearing some ruckus out in the hallway. Whether you have to excuse yourself or not, but it lets them know that your mind drifted for a moment.
And it has nothing to do with them, right?
Nothing to do with them, and they'll appreciate that.
Uh-huh. Yeah. These are all little examples of actually checking in with your parts and sharing selectively. Mhm. Yeah. Katie looks like she wants to add something.
Yeah, I love all of these. I think they're so yummy and allowing the client to really see how a provider is able to jump in and assess themselves and their bodies and then provide that self energy back. Um, I work in a higher level of care setting, and at times I'm sure if y'all have worked in that place before, it can be really sensitive when clients are needing a higher level of care or more support. And so something I notice with my clients, I really try and provide as much self energy. And if there's some strong hesitancy, I might say, is it okay that I share something that's coming up for me and my parts that are coming from a place of care or coming from a place of curiosity? Um, and then reflect, I'm worried because my parts have noticed we're trending down in labs or there's difficulty in nourishing your body. And I want to make sure that we're able to care for you
Mhm.
and help you meet your needs, and not to put it on the client that they have to take care of my parts. Rather, I'm letting them know that I myself have concerns. If we're not making the moves that we need to do, there could be consequences down the line.
Mhm.
How can I help them take a moment to check in with themselves about what's coming up for them?
Mhm.
So something I'm reminded of is, I don't know if anyone knows Mike Elkin. He's a senior lead trainer with IFS, and he offers these 2-hour meetings. It's called IFS Demos, DEMOZ. And I attended one, and he said, your only role as a provider, your only role is to bring self energy into the room. And I thought, wow, that is like when you bring it to that level. I'm hearing Erin right now saying, I can have empathy. You know, it really does come down to that. And these little 2-hour things are wonderful ways of learning the model if you have extra time on a Thursday morning.
Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of good resources out there. As Marcy shared with us yesterday, a lot of you on this call are dietitians. It is possible without doing the full IFSI training to really learn the model by picking up workshops and things. Marcy put the link to Mike Elkin's IFS demos in there. Um,
Yeah.
there are a lot of ways to keep, step by step. So is it time to transition then to Diana's didactic stuff about, well, let's look at the IFS process, particularly as it pertains to working with our parts that come up.
All right. Thank you, Marcy, also for that link. And I think there's like $30. So it's not like it's going to break your bank. And he does them on Thursdays, 10 to 12, I think. All right. So we're going to shift. Thank you all for being here. Take care of yourself again as we move forward, since we've decided to not do as many breaks. So I'm going to, as Molly said, lead us through the process. And some of it may, for those of you who know IFS, it may feel a little basic. So I'll try to keep it a little bit elevated. But kind of to recap, in the cultural burden experiential that you did with me, you may have identified parts of you that hold deeply embedded beliefs and narratives inside, often unseen by you. There may be an awareness of some of the beliefs and maybe not. You might have shared these with family or with friends or sometimes clients without realizing. And this is what I mean, like by the microaggressions. Sometimes we say something to someone You look fabulous. Have you lost weight? You know, and we're well-meaning, but it's causing someone pain. It's seemingly innocuous, but it's harmful. And that's also a burden or a belief around what the ideal body is. And they slip out. So another one that I think that's super, super common is contributing a person's health status to their weight and suggesting that weight loss or weight gain can correct the body's imbalance. I don't know if you've had this experience, I have, where clients have asked me when they come, I'm willing to work with you and do what you say, or, we'll work together as long as I don't gain weight. And so then sometimes with our own bias, we can say, oh, no, 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 that's not what this is. I promise you won't gain weight. We may also feel responsible to help a client eat differently, eat better, if they have a serious health concern. Molly mentioned this one. Practitioners who have a devout exercise regime may not recognize over-exercising in clients. There's a difference between I really love this and I've been an athlete all my life to I'm doing this to either earn my food or to work off my food. We may feel tender toward a client who gained weight with medical treatments, like with different, chemotherapy or antidepressants. We may feel envious of clients who show up and say they've lost weight, intentionally or otherwise. We also may have to field our clients' comments about our own body, our size, our shape, our age. I remember when IFSI started asking providers to give them pictures to go on the provider network, a lot of the older therapists didn't want to put their picture up because they felt that they would be discriminated against because of age. So it does happen. We have parts that, you have mentioned about holding extreme responsibility for clients, caretakers, rescuers. Molly mentioned feeling like we don't really know what we're doing. The things that I'm noticing too in my consultation groups are parts in them that don't feel confident using the model. They feel like they don't know the model well enough. They're concerned about not knowing what to do when they get to that one cue and what to do after that. Many of the dietitians there will say, I don't know what to do when the client gets emotional, because they need the therapist then. So they're so uncertain and uncomfortable. There parts of them are uncomfortable sitting with emoting. And, and I've heard, actually it's like, yes, I made him cry. There's sort of this idea that you find a part that can actually use the client's body to cry. You're like, yes, okay, now they're there. I often in the unblending process will invite, they'll say, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm crying. And I'll say, does the part need you to cry to feel their pain? And they'll kind of nod, dabbing at their eyes. And I say, please invite that part to blend with you as much as they need. And ask them if they could leave a little bit of you here to be with them so that you can bear witness to what they're trying to show you. A big one that comes up around parts and us as providers using IFS is, am I crossing the line? If I'm holding a therapeutic presence, I had someone say, well, I want to swim in my own lane. And I said, this is a pool without ropes. Well, I don't understand. What are you talking about? Like, we have no ropes in this pool. There's no lane, right? You have a therapeutic presence. You have empathy. You have compassion. You have curiosity. That's the lane you're in. Others feel, they've told me they might feel overly triggered, activated with some clients, or feel disengaged if they arrive in bodies that they don't personally align with, or when they're taking their dietary intake. You know, they'll have some judgments around what the client's been eating. They might hold some criticism around their coping behaviors that are linked to their eating disorder. And what I really love is that with this model, and Molly's going to teach you a whole lot about how to quickly, it's a fire drill to quickly help you unblend from that. Because in IFS, we actually welcome these parts. We want to affirm them, validate them. Of course, you're going to do that. Of course, restricting is how you're taken care of. Of course. So let's just say, you get that, right? Okay, let it know that you get it, that it's here in service of you. But when these things happen in us, at least for me, it distracts me particularly from my initial intention, which is to be helpful in some way, to be present, to listen. And when I notice this in me, I really, thankfully, all of a sudden I'll be like, oh, wait, this is a part right here, sit right here. Thank you. Thank you for that information. I've got it. Now let me get back to this. Because when we get so blended in that way and we're no longer being useful to the client, it prevents us from accessing self-energy. And remember what Mike said, our role is to bring self-energy into the room. Our self-energy helps guide the clients toward their own parts in connection to their self-energy. So that's our biggest focus, if we can always remember that. And our first order of business, when our implicit parts lend us information, is to focus on the process that we call unblending. And I just spoke about how we can do some of that. So I do want to slow down here to acknowledge our parts, even those that hold negative or misinformed beliefs and narratives, that they are worthy of being heard. They often will have some valuable information for us. When we can be in our self-energy space, we can notice these parts that either no longer serve us, along with the ones that are useful. I'm going to divert a little bit into a little bit of organizing around the model, because there are 3 organizing principles of IFS. The human psyche is naturally divided into subpersonalities or parts. We all have many parts. As providers, we can opt not to treat symptoms like restriction and binge eating, but to treat the entire system of parts that are playing various roles. So it's kind of Molly's upside down triangle. And in transparency, I will hear things sometimes, and I don't know how many years it's been since 2011. Someone do the math. But I will hear something and go, oh, wow. And I heard something recently. I remembered or I reheard something. I know parts have honorable intentions for us. They have positive intentions for us. What I didn't know or remember, let me put it that way, is that parts in their natural state have noble intentions. So manager parts in us that are not extreme, did not take on a role to criticize us. Their role is to engage in some type of self-improvement, but not from a critic place, so that we go through the natural states of development. And then we go through natural states of learning. So when you go to college, then you have this natural, you start at the low end and you eventually end up really, really smart, right? So that's what managers help us do. They help organize us into an easeful life. Firefighters, yes, they soothe, even in their natural state, but they bring pleasure. They invite rest. They invite relaxation. Who doesn't want more of all that? So that's a nice reason to help our exiled parts let go of their burdens so that our manager parts can relax and get back to that. Our parts live in a relational and an intrapsychic ecosystem inside of us. If one part does something, it affects another part or parts. All parts are good. All parts are part of a system. Now, the other aspect, the third principle is we are self. This is our authentic identity. We are consciousness. We are awareness. We are peace, calm, clarity. We don't have to build confidence. It already exists. Courage already exists. Compassion already exists. These don't need to be built. They are natural expressions of self. They cannot be destroyed. What IFS does is to begin to help us notice that these are parts of us. We have parts, but we are not those parts. We are truly this, the field of awareness. We have a choice where we focus our attention. 99% of people, 99% of the time, are identified with the voices they hear or speak from, the everyday mind or parts. So it's from this lens that we can start to notice parts that hold beliefs that are derived from diet culture, let's say, from cultural and family burdens. And these inform us when we meet with clients. We call these beliefs, the mores, the burdens, trailheads. You're at the beginning of a hike, there's your trailhead saying, start here. And when we identify the trailhead within us, we can step inside and follow it. And we use the 6 F's of the IFS model. And we're fully open-hearted and curious with it. We want to witness its longings, its desires for us, and ultimately to the vulnerability that led it to take on that role within us. We therapists and nutrition therapists provide our clients access to our own self-energy until theirs is fully accessible, meaning their parts can obscure our self-energy, right? So we're going to hold that until our clients can see theirs, which is why recognizing our implicit bias is so critical. The flow of the model offers a way to achieve this state of differentiation with our parts, meaning we're in self and with the part from that space. Okay, almost done. Then I'll stop talking. So the 6 F's, I'll just go through them. I wasn't going to because I think you might know them, but it's find the part, focus on the part. How do you feel toward the part? Flesh it out. In other words, what are you noticing? Facilitate a relationship of self to part. And fears. We want to really flesh out the fears of the part. So these 6 F's allow trust to begin to deepen between the part and the client's self-energy. In asking a client how they feel toward a part, you begin to introduce the concept of unblending, of inviting the part to separate from the client in the presence of self-energy. In session, so this is back to us, in session when I feel a part arising that has a narrative that would not be helpful in the session, I do a rapid unblending. First, I notice it. I notice what it's offering, and I want to give you a quick example. I have a client who is an IFS therapist who will show up and say, I don't need this. And inside me, I'm going, what? Outside, I'm like, okay. What are you going to do with that? And it continues, and I can feel inside of me I'm getting activated. And then it took a moment, but I'm like, oh, wait. So a part got my attention, tap, tap, tap. She's in a part. That part doesn't know that she needs this help. And so she said a couple of other things about, I don't need unburdening. I can do this on my own. And so I just leaned in and I said, so help me understand who brought you here today. And it took her, it's like she got into that part and she recognized that I'm in a part. And we were able to she dropped in, we were able to do a really beautiful session, but it took me. I would have fought with her the whole time. You know, when I say fought with her, I would have been activated in some way and maybe a little challenging. But I noticed the part, what it's offering for me. I thanked it. Thank you for reminding me that she's in a part and I could unblend. So that's something Molly's going to take you through. I think, I don't know if I'm going to do that with you too. I can't remember right now, but to end with other ways to unblend your parts: supervision, consultation, create or join an IFS peer group, do personal work with an IFS therapist. And for those clients that you cannot unblend your parts when you're in session, refer to other providers.
Mhm.
And that's that.
Thank you, Diana.
Any
Um,
questions?
Emily had a question here that she put in the chat. Can I clarify? Ideally, we may want to notice the blending in the moment if we can, basically, right? And if not, then maybe afterwards, in supervision or something. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Diana gave examples of in the moment going within herself, going, oh, a part of me is reacting. Let me ask it to step to the side. It's great when we can do that.
Yeah.
And a lot of times we can't, or we
Yeah.
don't even notice it until afterwards. Like, why do I keep dreading this client coming in the door? You know, what is that in me? Right?
Self energy can get you through those moments really sweetly.
Yeah.
Because yeah.
And Paula asked a really good question here. What's this rapid unblending? Unblending is always the first step. It's first step of getting to know a part. Because when it's blended with us, there's no getting to know it because it's driving the bus. So there's nobody to get to know it except it, you know, and that doesn't do any good. So unblending, basically it's noticing it and going, oh, there's a part of me that's angry at the client, or there's a part of me that feels like I don't know what I'm doing, or there's a part, you know, whatever it is, noticing it in and of itself unblends it a little. We may need to ask it to unblend a little bit more. One of the things that it took me a while to learn is I thought, okay, we shove it away, right? That doesn't work very well. Parts are in charge of what they do. Instead, we ask it, would you give me a little more space? Diana gave that, you know, example a lot of just a bit more space. And in a session with a client, that may be enough, and you just proceed and you have enough self energy to just be with the client and whatever. That part may keep trying to come back in then, and that's when we do what we're going to do next. We're going to do some of these fire drills where we really explore a bit more about why does that part keep coming in? How are we doing with that, Paula?
That's really helpful because that's what I feel like my struggle is in sessions is I recognize the activation, but figuring out and asking it to give you more space is helpful, but I want to know what else to practice to see what.
Yeah. That's, I mean, even if that's all you do for months and months, that's great. You know, oh, right, that part of me that gets pissed at this person because they, or whatever it is.
And what's really sweet about self energy is we don't need a lot of it to be effective. Dick says a critical mass of self. My Anyasara yoga teacher said a pinprick in the veil of covering is all the light we need to come in to, right? It's kind of the same thing. So until I have a ritual that I do before my clinical time starts. It's not clinical time. What would I call it? My client time starts. I do this ritual and I really fill myself up with just as much self energy as I can hold. And sometimes, depends on how challenging the client is, I may have to continue asking for more. I need a little bit more. I need a little more protection here. I need a little more light. I need a little more breath inside of me. You know, so I may have to internally ask for more self. That critical mass isn't cutting it with some clients.
Yeah. And that's a really good example. And I do essentially the opposite before I see, well, particularly certain clients that I know tend to activate some things in me. I turn toward my parts that are already here because I'm dreading seeing that. Well, I rarely dread my clients anymore, but that feeling, or knowing that this is a person that's a challenge or whatever. I turn toward that part of me and say, yeah, I know. And we're in this together. And remember, if you leave some space for me, it'll go better. Right. I just let self be there. I don't tend to worry about filling it up. But there are different ways of approaching it.
Whatever works for your system. Yeah.
Yeah. So unblending. So if all you do is when you notice a part with a particular client that is taking up a lot of space and getting in the way, ask it to unblend.
Yeah.
And it may help to promise to get back to it later. And that's when you bring it up in case consultation or in your own morning meditation or whatever you've got.
Well, just also to clarify is that I have what I call, I just learned this term and I love it, a porous system energetically. Some people might call it a highly sensitive person. And so even though it's Zoom and we're not in person, that energy can still move through my screen. That's why I do sort of a ritualistic, white light protective thing. And sometimes it can still be pushed aside, which is when I would ask for more of it. And some folks, they don't take on that energy of their client, or they don't take on any of that. So they're fine. In the IFS trainings, they teach you from the bottom up, find the part and then go find self energy. And some systems teach level ones, like one I'm going to recommend to you at the end of this. They teach it from the top down. They teach it from the bottom up, but they show you how to do it from top down if you need self first. So there's two ways of approaching that.
I'd like to jump in with doing some unblending and a little bit more than just unblending. Wouldn't do the whole 6 Fs, but it's it's a process that is called a fire drill in IFS. And it's a fire drill because, a fire drill is when you pretend there's a fire and then you do what you need to do to be safe, to get out. You practice that. Okay. So that's what this is. It's bringing up, one of these moments where I feel unsafe, right? Or some, client does something and I have a reaction. Okay, let's use the IFS process to figure out what needs to happen to be safe. And then you go back to imagine being with the client again and see how that feels, whether it feels better. That's what's called a fire drill. And it's not a whole session. If you worked on a part like that you have with a certain client with your IFS therapist, it may go much farther and much deeper, and you may have an unblending or whatever. Here, and in case consultation, it's just this briefer kind of thing that we call a fire drill. Now, I think Katie is going to volunteer first to demonstrate one, and then I think Emily had an example that we could work with too. Okay. Katie, are you game?
I am game, but I also want to provide, if there is anyone that is having a really strong urge or itch or has a part that is like, oh my goodness, I really want to have a spotlight right now. I want
We
to.
will have a chance for a few of them.
True.
Which we could start with Emily because she had one. And if you're still game, Emily, and then see if there's anybody else who wants to do one. How's that? Okay. So Katie, if you want to highlight Emily and I, or spotlight, I think it's called.
Spotlight
So you
for
can see us a
everyone.
little better. And spotlight me, and there we are. Okay, is that going to work okay for you guys? And hi, Emily.
Hello.
Hello. So take me back again to this moment in sessions that are tricky.
Yeah. I think I have like maybe one that's like, it feels like a simpler example in my eyes. And then maybe there's one that also I could think of that's like more difficult. But like a simpler example that sometimes I'll encounter around what I perceive as the value of self-disclosure from how I have like received it, but curious about it from this lens. So I am married and I'm white, but my husband is South Asian, and so specifically Indian. And sometimes I have found that it's well received, especially with families, like with teens, when they understand that that's a part of my story, of knowing that maybe there's an aspect of their culture that I understand from my own lived experience, even though I am a white woman. Like, I'm a part of a family that is South Asian. So that's, I think, maybe like a simpler example that like it doesn't as much come up in a session. It's more just like maybe in a dialogue with a parent or something, or it might come up actually in a session now that I say that. But yeah, that's
Well,
just like something that comes to mind.
let's go to that moment when you're in the session and that part of you says, oh, this might be a time to share.
Yeah.
Is that what
I had
I'm
it come up.
hearing?
Yeah, I had it come up with like a client of mine. I see a teenager who is South Asian. Both of her parents are South Asian Indian, and the mom is actually from where my husband is from. And so there is an element of like even differences in between like South Asian foods and North Asian, like
Right.
North India, South India differences.
Right.
And it came up in relation to they were going to be going to India for the first time for the teenager that I see. And they were a little bit concerned about like food dynamics and some of the things that were happening there in India compared to them living in the
And
US.
you know more than a lot of dietitians would know about what that might be like, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you, Emily, to sort of take yourself to that moment and notice, if this makes sense, how much space those thoughts took up. Was it just a teeny tiny little thing over here? Was it half your field of vision? Was it, or, just sort of roughly when it first came in, how much space did it take up or sound?
Can I clarify? Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
One, you might interact a lot with my intellectual parts. Those love to hang out with me in a lot of these conversations, but just to name. But
figuring out
when you're
part.
asking, yeah, when you're asking like how much space it's taking up, specifically around this like desire to be like, oh, I totally understand and I get what you're kind of saying, and maybe I want you to feel reassured that I understand. Is that how much space is that taking up?
Yeah, just in that moment, that split second almost, like, did it cloud out and almost make you forget what else was going on? Or was it, I mean, how much?
It felt more like kind of like oh, I do really get what you're saying from this because of this reason that you likely don't know. And that was kind of that. Now I have to make a choice about what I want to do with that.
Right. So that part of you sort of tried to grab the mic, I guess. As opposed to the wheel, let's use a different metaphor. That part of you sort of reached for the mic, but it didn't have it yet?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So let's turn your attention to that part that went, oh, I could bring this in, right? And just notice, well, you go back, ask it if it would be willing to step back and not grab the mic right now, or if it really is worried that something bad will happen if it doesn't, or just sort of listen to what it wants to tell you about how important that is or not.
I think I hear kind of two parts. Like there's one that's like, yeah, we could step back. This isn't like vital. I think the other part is like, oh, but this could really help the relationship. This could help them feel seen by me.
Okay. And as you notice that it could step back and it has information for you. Is that right? About what might be helpful. Turn your attention back to the client in that moment. You decide, are you going to let this part in or not? You decide.
Part of me feels like it's biased because I already have played this out, and it's like, I know the outcome, and it was like perceived fine in like a good supportive way. So I think I feel a little biased towards like, yeah, like it was fine.
Right. Yeah. And it sounds like you did, the right thing. I'm simply asking you to notice in the future, you could slow that down and say to that part, we might bring it up, we might not. Hold on a minute. And then perhaps there'd be a way to look more closely at the client or even ask them something about, would it be helpful for me to share a bit about what I know about South Asian food and see what you get.
So more of like an asking permission, like
kind
of
asking,
angle.
Right. And there's no right or wrong about this, but notice how when you slow it down, you can, you make a better decision, basically. And that part that really has good information, right? So this is an interesting example because it wasn't as if it was a part that was just totally getting in the way. It also had some stuff that would be helpful. And so you had to sort out between those two. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm using a very specific example relevant to my life. I guess maybe a broader one. I'm not a parent, so this one doesn't really, at least a parent of non-dogs, but like how relating as a parent, that might be a broader example for parents who may be in this room or who are future parents. Like, when is that lens helpful? When is it not? Because maybe a bias that I'm kind of feeling as I kind of named the parent one is like, I've actually experienced, I feel like the reverse of ageism almost, of like at being a younger clinician a couple of years ago when I had parents, it was often like, you don't know anything, you're not a parent and you're young and stuff. So that's just something I'm noticing maybe coming in as well.
Right. That could be a part of you too that's going, oh, I don't know what I'm saying because I haven't been a parent. Right. And you can ask that to give you space to just be present to whatever way you can help them.
Yeah, because I think in the past, as like that is an example when when I experienced that, I know I felt a defensive part that's like, you don't know shit. Maybe we're not allowed to swear in here, but like, no, like I get that I'm not a parent, but like I can still support your child and your family. So I feel more of that.
Yeah, notice that, Emily, if you sense that the parent may be beginning to challenge you, you look awful young, Emily, or that kind of thing. You noticed a defensiveness potentially coming up. And you can ask that to step aside. Because it's not going to be helpful to just argue with them or get defensive. Right?
Yes. Yeah.
And then when you come back to the parent with, I'm here, how can I help you? Without the defensiveness, things go better. Well, thank you, Emily. And thank you for admitting that you have cognitive parts that come in and want to understand things. And we all have those.
Yes.
So let's unspotlight. Pamela seems to have a question. I think, where's that? Are you talking Pamela, do you want to ask that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just noticing that I won't have any parts of me that want to interject any of my personal stuff, but I have clients that will ask me questions. Do you have kids? How old are they? What are their sexes? Or where do you live? And in those moments, I do feel very like put on the spot. I mean, I will usually, as I'm talking through this, I will usually just answer because like it's a seemingly relatively small question. But then somewhere like further back, there's a question, well, what where's
Where
that
did that come
question coming from? Where the client, what is that relevant? Why do they want to know? Are they just trying to create a connection? Or is there something there that I'm not seeing right away? So those are kind of like when I'm like, okay, I'm feeling a little bit. I
Yeah,
don't know.
well,
Yeah.
your part that goes, wait a minute, that seem it sort of gets taken up. That sounds like a really useful part of you because it's essentially saying, we're not doing therapy anymore here. Or I'm exaggerating a little bit, or something along the lines of they're trying to just be friends and have a coffee conversation, you know? And that's useful information for you, right? And then you still get to decide whether you'll actually answer the question or not. But you got useful information.
Usually I answer the question because I don't feel like I have a whole lot of time to decide. So I just
Right.
answer the question and then all this stuff is continue. There's a residual internal, what was that? Where do I go with that? I wonder what they need from me that they're not getting, like in that connection
And
space.
that part of you that brings up all that, it sounds like a therapist part, basically, that, well, there must be more meaning and whatever. Yeah, and you can listen to that part and then decide what to bring up, if anything, right? If it moves on and it's no big deal. But if they keep doing it, yeah, is that a distracting part? Is it? It might be.
I find sometimes clients are just trying to connect with us, and that's how they do it. And I'm also thinking of, we have in New England, we have a listserv called the IFS New England listserv. And people will be very specific when they put referrals in there. Like, this person reached out and here's what they wrote. I want a cisgendered female, lesbian, and they start listing all these things, in person, takes my insurance. So sometimes I think those kinds of things help people feel safer in sessions with you. So I'm thinking of Emily, being really able to understand this client because of her own current living experience can be helpful. But like Molly said, we have to check, listen to the part, and then we in self energy make the decision how we answer that.
Yeah. Does
Hmm.
anybody else have maybe even a particular, they notice a really sticky place in sessions where, excuse me, where they realize there's a part of them that takes up a lot of room and gets in the way. Katie had one. Katie, do you want to do that? And do you want to do it with me or with Diana, whichever?
I'm so indifferent. I adore you both. Like, I can pick and choose whatever y'all want to do.
Go
You
for
want
it,
to do?
Molly.
Okay, got it. Highlight us then.
Spotlight myself.
Spotlight.
Wait, hold on. Add spotlight. Diana?
No,
No,
Molly.
me.
Molly. Okay.
Okay.
I'm like, hold on.
Where am I? Okay. So Now, this is essentially an example of what we would do in supervision, because Katie is not in the session right now, but she's bringing to me a situation that happens, right? Sometimes, and I'm going to try to help her.
So, brief description of the situation. This is actually with another provider. So I have a client that left my care, went to a higher level of care, returned back to me, and did not receive any supportive care while in residential. And so in getting in contact with this residential dietitian, I was really curious, like what happened? This client was really needing more of a dual diagnosis kind of care, and that's what this residential provided. And it sounds like they only catered to one aspect of their needs before discharging back to me. And so I had really loud, angry parts that were feeling surprised and
Well, surprised and angry and pissed and
yeah.
get it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, so if you put yourself there as you were, I guess, about to call that person, is that what it was, right? About to interact. Yeah. And you notice that energy, that anger, whatever else. So first, simply see how much that part is willing to unblend. And if not, we can work with it, but ask it to give you space.
It's willing. Of course, I felt my heart rate start to increase. I have all the somatic experiences that go on with the increase in anger and stuff. I just
Right. Well, let's do a little trial then. Go back, you're about to call this person, and then notice how it feels. And how do you feel towards this person and their part?
I think there's some hurt for the client and hurt with like a provider relationship of, there's kind of this understanding and alliance amongst the eating disorder community um, of trying to do weight inclusive and supportive care. And so
So I'm
reading
hearing several parts. How about we take one at a time? There's the felt hurt for the client. Is that
hurt for
right?
the client.
Yeah. Let's really notice and acknowledge that. And ask it if it will give you ever so, at least enough space to then go back to you're about to make this phone call and then see what is still left.
Yeah, the mistrust and hurt and the kind of alliance in the field with this provider.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that part of you that feels that broken trust, is that what I'm hearing? Or something like that. Yeah. Ask that part just for a moment to give you some space. And once again, turn back. You're about to make this phone call. And how's it feeling in there now?
Confused.
Mm,
What
okay.
happened? Yeah, there's that kind
Yeah,
of
just confused.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Yeah. Does that feel like enough? Because sometimes confusion is one of the
Mhm.
just wanting to try to figure things out. Does
Yeah,
that feel like enough space to feel like approaching that phone call a little differently?
it does. I do
Okay.
notice the confused part is a part, it's not really a self energy
Uh-huh.
I
Okay.
have, but it's more of a walk me through what happened. I
Uh-huh.
wanna understand.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And that one you want to have handy
Hmm.
and speak for it.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Okay, thank you, Katie. Yeah, and it turned out there were a bunch of them, right?
Yeah.
A bunch of parts, which is not unusual. Yeah. Now, this is an example of a fairly quick sort of a fire drill, getting yourself there again, noticing, asking to step aside, and then noticing again how it feels. And you may have to do that several times, right? And if the part that steps aside is one that you're going to really, is a trailhead that you really need to work with some more, you know, you may do more work with that. But this at least allowed you some space to approach that conversation.
I did take a few very slow, deep breaths, and it's like, let me not let this get clouded before I make that phone call. But yeah, there was some really strong smoothie heart energy.
Yeah. And notice how particularly those cast and judgmental probably about that kind of other person or that program can really get in the way.
Mhm.
Molly, I'm curious how you would have responded if Katie's parts weren't quite so amenable to giving her some room. If, she was like, I feel so angry. I do not feel able to get some space.
Right. Well, it depends on the setting I was in with her. Okay. If we had enough time, I might explore, follow that trailhead a bit, doing the 6 Fs, finding it in there. What does it need her to know? What is it? It's intention for her. What is its fear of what would happen if it actually did step aside when she has this conversation? And it may have a reasonable fear, and we may do to address that fear. Okay, we might have gone through all that. I suppose it could get to a place where, if that part really never steps back, well, if this was a client you were talking about, maybe it's a client you need to transfer to someone else. If you really can't get around that. Is that sort of answering your question, Marcy?
Absolutely. I was just curious to hear you kind of
Yeah, I
share
just would.
a bit about your.
It's a matter of then shifting the target part, right? The target part then would be the anger or the concern about relationship with programs or whatever it was, right? And I don't like to use the word rabbit hole, but somehow that the trailhead, follow that trail a little bit farther, right? About, oh, okay, what is that part? Notice it in and around your body. What are what does it feel like? What is it saying to you? What is its fear of what would happen if it didn't do that and say that to you? Yeah.
I think what you said, Molly, about fleshing out the fears is brilliant, though. Like, checking in with the part, what's it afraid would happen if it wasn't here with you right now as you made that phone call? Because it's got something it's protecting her from or helping her to steer clear of. And that's kind of following the trailhead in a little bit further.
Yeah. Now, does anybody else have a part that comes up, maybe even particularly a part that comes up and gets in the way with a particular client about how the client looks, their body size or their accent? I don't know. Anything that sort of that notice gets in the way and you'd like to play with it a little bit. Actually, I've got one, if Diana's willing to work with me.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we can, spotlight. And Diana, I think you can spotlight yourself or, yeah, there we go. Okay.
I like it when others spotlight me.
That feels better.
Anytime.
Thanks, Katie.
Well, I'll bring up that there's a client, and I'll actually go back to the very first time I met her. I did a 15-minute Zoom just to see if we'd be a good fit, one of those. And so she comes on the Zoom, and she's late 20s, lots and lots of makeup, big false eyelashes, right? And immediately I notice a response in me. I'll exaggerate a little bit, but a little like, oh shit. I don't wear a lot of makeup. What's she gonna think of me? And also assumptions in me about what's she hiding? What is the makeup? Assuming she's hiding something with this makeup. And she was coming to me saying she was in recovery already for an eating disorder, but wanted help continuing with it, right? And I'm thinking, oh, body image stuff that shows up in use of makeup, and my mind is just going nuts, and I'm literally having trouble even listening to what she's saying because I'm hearing all this stuff in my head.
So I'm curious, Molly. Yes, you were hearing this stuff. It distracted you enough you couldn't stay connected to her. If you can reimagine that and just see what was going on in your body. We know the thoughts were going, but see what was happening in your body.
It was there was anxiety, or a hyped up kind of feeling, of I don't want to work with her. And yeah, and that it literally made it hard for me to actually listen through the makeup
Yeah.
to what was in
Yeah.
there.
Exactly. So you're part of seeing all this makeup and the eyelashes, and you're feeling this feeling. And
yeah. And so what
is
I was
that-
aware of was literally it was taking up some of my visual field in a sense, and also auditorially because I was hearing these assumptions.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. So this part had some information it wanted to impart to you.
Mhm.
Okay. So, and I'm also hearing that the anxiety and hyped upness actually had words behind that physical feeling you were experiencing. It said, "I don't want to work with her."
Mhm.
I was letting you know this is not the one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Check with it and see are you in contact with it right now?
Mhm.
Do I need to put on a lot of makeup to get it to?
No, I can bring it up because I can so picture her.
Yeah.
And as I'm then going back to her now, I am noticing some softening, at least of that most extreme, I don't want to walk with her. That
Yeah.
one has, settled a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But it still has these assumptions. It's wondering what is the makeup hiding in relation to now you found out
Right.
about an eating disorder. So check with it and see now that thank it for softening, because that certainly
Mhm.
gives you more room to be here with it.
Uh-huh.
Check and see if it's noticing that you're here.
That's a shift. Yeah, because these were all clamoring over here in the peanut gallery, and they weren't paying attention to me. And you bringing your attention to that, they're able to go, oh, okay, there's a Molly here who's an IFS therapist. And that helps. Well, I know it's unblending, right? That helps with both the auditory, the part that keeps telling me all this stuff, and the visual field foggy over to the side.
Yeah.
They're both sort of shifting a bit. Yeah.
So I'm really appreciative that they've given you that space, and I'm wondering if there's room to check in with them. What were their concerns about you? What were they fearful would happen inside of you if you worked with her?
Well, um, I'm noticing another part of me, a responsible therapist part of me saying, if they're around all the time, I'm not going to be able to do very good work.
That's right.
Um,
That's good noticing.
yeah. And they heard that. They heard that and went, oh, right.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so does that mean, let me see if they're ready to give me even more space.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I want to do that thing I asked Katie to do. I want to go back to the client
Yeah.
and sort of say, how am I doing now? You know, how's it feeling now?
That's right.
So there she is. I'm feeling a little bit of curiosity, which is self-feeling, right? And I'm still aware that these parts are still crowding a fair amount.
Yeah.
I would like to experiment with asking them to give me even more space.
Well, let's try one thing first.
Mm-hmm.
Let's ask them what their concerns are about working with this, because they've got something there that they're holding that may or may not be useful to you. But just so that we can bring
They're
attention.
actually, they're not worried. I'm realizing they're not worried about me.
Mm-hmm.
They're judgmental of her,
Got it.
right?
They have some beliefs about the makeup.
And so that actually allows me to say, I hear you.
That's right.
And can you give me enough space so I can work with her? And that helped when I acknowledged that it was a judgment part.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it is a judgment part.
Yeah. Yeah.
And acknowledging it helped it step back and go, yeah, you can work with her. Go ahead, go for it.
Yeah, because then it's not impacting them in any way.
Right, right. They weren't, it wasn't the, thank you for asking that. They weren't worried about me, actually. Sometimes they might, you know, but it was more that they were just yammering about being judgmental. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I thank you. And now when I imagine this client, it feels very different. There is space. And I'll report that that was a year and a half ago, and I've been working with her wonderfully since then. And she still almost every time wears a whole lot of makeup.
Yeah.
And there was enough curiosity in me that I was able to hear when at some point she happened to share that for her, that's part of artistic expression. She gets a kick out of putting on makeup. It's like,
Yeah.
it's artistic expression. I went, oh, okay. And so then finally the judgmental part of me settled back completely.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate the part, or some part of you that questioned, what is she hiding? Because I also have a client who wears a lot of makeup and polish and hair. Everything's really done. But she has self-disclosed that that's because without it, she's even more fat, ugly, and disgusting. So there's so much compassion in me that just bleeds out because, I can't say, well, around me, you can show up without any of that because it's just not going to get through.
Right.
Yeah, that part is so worried.
Okay. I think I can remove my spotlight. There we go. So any responses to any of that or questions?
Another volunteer.
or another volunteer. And
This wasn't exactly the point of the demo, so I
Mhm.
hesitate to bring it up because I don't want to be asked about my farts. But um what if you would have decided like she was not a good fit for you to work with? Like,
Mhm.
what if she wanted to work with you, but you were like, I don't want to work with her? Like, how would you go about breaking that news to her?
Um, well, fortunately, at that point, I was in the 15-minute, Zoom call at the beginning. So I hadn't already been working with her, which,
Mhm.
it's easier to do it at that point. I would have found a way to say, and I have another thought probably. I have had 15-minute phone calls with clients, and somewhere in there went, they just don't fit into what I do these days.
Mhm.
Like if someone has never heard of IFS, I don't work with them anymore. I only take people who want IFS and have a clue about it. Or even if they say they want IFS, but I'm gathering they really don't understand what it is. So I'll simply say to them, it sounds to me like what you're looking for doesn't quite fit in with what I'm really good at. Or depending, I may also say something about the scheduling if the scheduling doesn't work. Because sometimes that happens too, that it turns out the scheduling doesn't work. But if the reason why at the end of the 15 minutes I wanted to say no had entirely to do with my parts, I would use this as an opportunity to work on my parts. I mean, I would still take them if I felt like I could help them and they felt like they want to work with me. I would, take it as a challenge and work on my own with those parts. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I found that helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I've had two clients because I don't say I have a stringent screening protocol, but I'm like Molly. I am a dietitian, but I don't operate in the way that dietitians usually do. So I do work in a therapist role. And so if I get someone who comes in and let's say, because I don't do the 15-minute calls, and so I'm at the end of a session, well, usually 2/3 of the way through, I ask them, what are your expectations of this time that we spend together? What are you looking for? What are your hopes? And then they'll tell me. And if I don't hear what I would enjoy working with, if they want typical dietitian stuff, I'd like you to give me a meal plan. I'd like to log somewhere. I'd like to check in that way. I'll say, similar to Molly, I'll say, I hear you, and those are really admirable goals that you have. They don't align with the way I work. I don't say work. What I usually say is I don't feel that I will be the most useful provider for you because my practice pulses in a little bit different way. But I do know two dietitians who do what you're asking, and I'm happy to give you their names and contact information. And we'll do it that way. The other one was, I felt so sad for her because I didn't do what Molly did. I didn't in that first session say, I'm not going to be useful to you in the way that you're looking for. And so we met a second time. And oh God, I did a terrible job of it, but I was trying to do what Molly did, but I felt so stilted. And then I started explaining because I thought, oh, that sounded so terrible. And then she goes, oh, so you don't think we're a good fit? I thought I was going to die. I had a part that was like, oh no, that's the last thing you wanted to hear, But I said, well, yes. Like, what are you going to do at that point? So that was when I really practiced a little bit better wording skills.
Yeah.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. There was another question, Molly, a while back. Emily, I think it was, and it was like, let's say that you really work on yourself to unblend and you just can't. Like every time you're with this client, you just get so blended. So I honestly, and Molly and Katie can add into this, I was in a consultation group at the time, and I took it to them, and they agreed with me because she was being abusive to me. And they said, because you're a dietitian, you have different responsibilities to clients than like a therapist would. So you don't have to legally like find another dietitian for her. And they helped me. They were so sweet and loving to pen an email to her. And so I was able to do it that way. She was canceling, like I have a 24-hour cancellation policy. She was canceling at 24 hours and 1 minute. Like she was, and she did it for like 4 weeks in a row. And she had been really verbally abusive to me in the previous sessions. And so when I sent her the email, she wrote back and she goes, I am so sad to hear that. I have been so excited to see you again. And I'm like, thank you that I'm not having to meet with her again. But that's what I did. I took it to consultation and they really helped me structure a way to very kindly terminate.
I'm taking a look at the time, and we do have one other sort of exercise to do. And we have, if we're ending at 1/4 we have an hour and 15 minutes left, and we do want to do another 15-minute break at some point. Now, I did hear there was one other question still. I missed it. Emily, did you have one?
I think it's what Diana just answered, which was kind of like this essence of like, how do we know we've attempted to unblend enough essentially before we maybe realize like this is not the right fit, or maybe also like this might not be fully about us and like it's okay to let that go. Like I resonated with your share, Diana. I feel like I had a client who was similar who
got answered.
I was like, yep, that resonates.
Okay.
And so here's the thing, I think we put pressure on ourselves that we're the provider and we should be able to work with anyone. That's a part. That's a part that says you arrive and you're perfect no matter who it is. But I don't like everybody. And I certainly don't expect everybody to like me. I really don't. I really appreciate. Some people can't tolerate me. I'm just too much for them. And I get that. So it's fine. We have different personalities and we're just not jiving. Or jibing. I don't know which is the right word.
Whatever. Okay. Well, how about we take, if I'm calculating right, because I'm on East Coast time, if we go up until the hour, take a 15-minute break, and then we'll have an hour and 15 minutes left.
Okay.
And end at 6:15
Eastern.
Central.
Yeah.
Make sure to not log off and log back on for the sake of your CEUs.
Right. Katie will be pausing the recording, but yeah, stay logged on. Just turn off your
Done.
the final stretch. So in this section, I'm going to be offering a chance to go inside. But before we do that, just want to check if anybody has parts that are jumping up and down with either questions or just need to be heard in any way before we move forward. So what I'm going to be offering now is a meditation, essentially, a chance to go inside and work with a particular part and really stick with that one for a while. And in a moment, I'll give you more information about how to choose it. I want to be clear though that it'll be a critical part, but we usually think of internal critics that criticize us. This time I'm asking you to think of a critic that criticizes others. Okay, so it's going to be a little different. We're going to be focusing on one of those parts. And this is meditation with some of the wording based on some of the things that Cease Sykes does, who's a wonderful lead trainer. You may choose to focus on a part in you that holds weight bias, that holds judgment about people about their size, for example, or some other part that, that came up today. Or it may be a part that criticizes other people that doesn't have anything to do with weight or eating disorders for that matter. It's all useful practice, no matter what. So first, take a moment to get comfortable. If all this being still is stressful, I invite you can move about and stretch or do anything you need during this time of going inside. I invite you first to focus on your breathing. Allow a fuller, deeper, longer breath. Maybe use some sighs to get that breath a little deeper. Our minds can be so busy, those managers. Send a little breath up to your mind where they are. Those parts there. Let them know they can relax a bit. They don't have to be so busy now. See how that goes. Now I invite you to think about a time when you, in your work life or with a friend or a stranger, noticed a strong opinion or judgment about a person's body or appearance or their behavior. It may be one you ran into doing Diana's exercise, or just another one that pops up. Perhaps it's a typical situation for you where you notice getting critical of someone. Without thinking too much about it, just choose one individual time or one typical time when this judgment reaction arises in you. So take a moment in your mind's eye to be with that person again right now. They appear as they do or are doing that thing. When you're ready, shift your focus, do a U-turn, and turn your attention toward that place in you that responds so strongly to this person. This is our target part today. Where is it? Inside you or nearby? What do you notice about it? Does it have words, a certain direction, a type of movement, a color, an attitude or tone of voice? What else do you notice about it? And now, how do you feel toward this part in there? If you notice anything besides open curiosity or compassion, what is that response to this part? Perhaps it's a part of you that dislikes this critical one or disagrees with it or gets annoyed or gets rational about it or angry with it. Just notice how you feel towards it. And if there was one of these parts that didn't allow you to feel curious or compassion, ask that one to shift aside enough for you to simply be with this target one that you've chosen to focus on. If it only shifts a bit, that's okay. Thank it for being willing to give you some space. Now go back to simply noticing the target part again, the place in you that has that reaction. Take a breath. Send a little exhale toward that part. Does it notice you there? Gently take another breath and send it its way. Just hang out with this part and see what else it might wish to share with you about what it's all about. And if there's room in there, ask the part, what's it afraid would happen if it didn't hold this judgment and have you react in this familiar way? What does it imagine would happen to you? If it showed you what it imagines would happen, if it lessened its judgment, pose this next question. What if you and it could decide together about putting its energy out there? If it senses you there with it going forward, how would that be? Just offer it that option and see how it responds. Now, if you and this part are game to explore a bit more, notice this part again, its qualities now. Perhaps it's shifted a bit. Let it know you're still here and accompanying it breathing with it? Does it sense you? If not, take another breath and send it its way. Just be with it. Now ask it what it would need in order to have its opinion and yet allow you to decide how to react or act out in the world. And if it tells you what it would need, notice how that request hits you. Is there room to make some sort of deal? Or perhaps it's willing to do an experiment once, offering you its opinion and allowing you to take it from there. Take a few more minutes to remain with this part, fostering your relationship with it and perhaps negotiating how you might go forward with it. Taking all the time you need. When you're ready, you could come back to our circle. Take your time. Okay. We're going to do that thing again where we go into dyads so that you can just share whatever you feel comfortable sharing about how that went for you before we then come back to the bigger group to share. Katie's the one who does that, right?
I'm working on it. We have options. We could be back in the same dyads if y'all would like, or we can be a new one.
You know, a few people have come and gone, I think, or
Oops. So Emily has a question if you want to answer that one. Recreating these dyads.
oh, I don't know why I haven't asked this yet, says Emily. Is it necessary for a client to be either emotionally regulated or resourced enough outside of sessions and in to do parts work? That's a really interesting question. Yeah, it looks like Paula maybe shouldn't go into a dyad. She's about to be driving. Maybe. And let Katie know if there's any other reason some of you shouldn't go into dyads. Emily, that's an interesting question. part of me wants to answer that by saying we're never completely emotionally regulated or resourced, right? So I think we can do parts work, a person can do parts work really anytime. Now, if they're a puddle on the floor, frankly, that to me, I mean, the way I approach that when they're really dysregulated is still with parts work. Oh, wow. I get it. That this, whatever it is, sadness is really taking over all of you right now. And we ask it to give you just the tiniest bit of space. So, I mean, we can do parts work anyway. Okay. Yeah. An outside session, you asked about outside session. I often suggest clients do teeny little bits of noticing their parts, you know, and if even in the week I don't see them, they do it once, they notice one part, awesome. They got practice.
Can I add in about the add-on?
Uh-huh.
So what I'm thinking too is that emotional dysregulation is just being really blended with parts, like Molly said. And so you work with what you have, with what's there, with what part shows up. And then Emily added on, what about DID? Well, DID are parts that are much more extreme than someone who doesn't have that diagnosis if we were to use diagnoses. And so you treat each part as each alter as its own entity, but you work with the client. But if other parts come up and then you turn your attention there, you have to contract with each alter, right? And work with each alter. And then you keep no secrets in the system. So if one alter says, but don't tell client, we have to say, well, client is who hired me. And this is her system and we can't keep secrets from her. But they're just, DID is just very identified parts.
Right. And actually just regular old dissociation parts is what we more run into. Yep. Can I put that on a parking lot? Because I want to have you have a chance to talk about this with somebody with this experience. And then we'll get back to dissociation because I think we haven't addressed it much and I think that's important. So it looks like the rooms are up.
Rooms are open.
Right.
I think there's 2 folks that are in a vehicle going to be driving. They'll be hanging back here.
Okay. Okay. We forgot to tell them how long it was going to be.
Oh, podcast, how long?
How about 15 minutes?
You can broadcast them, and let them know.
Say, 15 minutes, which would be until 35 minutes after the hour. Yeah. And so for those who are listening to the recording, we'll go off screen in a moment. And this is a time for you to just stay with your part that you were noticing and maybe journaling a little bit or maybe even making a map of it or anything else that you noticed about it. Okay.
One of us need to stay here, Katie.
Unless you want to provide some additional voice prompts for those that are watching.
I don't think we need to. I think we can.
Okay.
Yeah, because our screens are still here. Yeah.
Well, we have the parts map slide. Should we put that one up?
Oh yeah, let's put that one up.
Like worst case, we can talk about what came up for both Diana and I. But no, I think the parts map is helpful.
If you guys wanted to do that, that would be a benefit for the people listening to the recording. If you want to.
To do what, Katie?
What came up for you? Katie, did some stuff come up for you?
My part, loud and proud. did I start sharing the screen? No, not yet. I've lost Zoom now. We're back. We can, if you think that might be helpful, or we can leave the slide up.
We have to keep the recording going to have enough minutes for this to use, and they'd get a
Sure.
little more benefit out of it, maybe.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Absolutely.
Sure. So Katie, what came up for you?
I have a politically active part. And it is very, very critical about those that do not want to practice inclusive spaces and have inclusive voices, and really contribute to marginalization of others. So this part is just astounded that others may hold or instill different beliefs.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Were you able to get some connection with it? Have it on blend so you could connect with it a little bit?
A little bit. It really is rising from that place of wanting to protect others, have kindness for others. It connected to a young part of me that went through some bullying, and feeling othered and alone. So it very much advocates for wanting that space for others, and thinking that access to housing, access to food are things that should be granted, not
Yeah.
not earned.
Yeah, so this part has sort of an advocate energy,
Yeah.
was what you were sensing. Not only it's critical, but then advocating for people
Yeah.
and for that part of you that felt bullied.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and you don't have to, but did you get anywhere with sort of negotiating with it to give you space in these moments? Or was that tougher?
It's a bit tougher because
Mhm.
it feels so instilled in my bones in a way, right? It's so viscerally core to me. But I did ask for it to slow down before judging and responding
Out loud.
out loud. Yes. Just allowing me to hold and foster and maintain external composure, but also internal composure.
Mhm.
So things don't feel flooded and kind of
Mhm.
taken away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
How
Good.
did that feel in you? What did you notice in you when you asked it to slow down? And did it say okay?
Mm.
How did it respond?
I think there's a lot of anxiety about like being a bad person from that, and I think that needs a little bit more deeper, tender love. So I slowed down. I was like, okay, I think that's what I'm bringing to therapy next is, whoa, okay. How does that connect?
Trailhead.
Yeah, how does that all connect? So I slowed down. I was like, okay, well, that's something to bring into my next session is how does that connect to being a bad person for needing a minute for breath?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wow. I feel gratitude for that part sharing so much with you. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it feels seen. That part feels very seen.
Yeah.
And I was checking in with it because I figured, well, we're going to break into dyads. Would that feel okay to share? And I'm like, well, everyone knows this work is also social justice aligned, and felt okay to know that whoever is watching and present here today may have those parts too. And yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, it's good noticing. And you
Yeah.
and you got a little softening until you can spend more time with it. So
And you got a little farther down and listen to it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I was like, oh, we're gonna stop. You can't go anymore.
Mhm.
Right. Yeah. Diana, did you work with a part in there?
I did. It was vague. Um, just I always say that I'm a supreme noticer, but I often say there's no judgment in noticing. It just my system just notices things, you know, and it sees everything. And it was actually reflecting to me what it thought was what it was doing was actually what my mother did.
Mm.
She was very judgmental about a lot of things, and she was very prejudiced, and she was very critical of a lot of things. And so I just kind of hung out with it, and I realized it was my younger dietitian part, which is still an older woman, but nonetheless, the younger dietitian part of me that thought, well, because I'm in this field now, I have to hold this belief around bodies and what they should look like, and realized it wasn't its to hold.
Oh.
It always used to look at her and go, why would you say that? Or why would you think that? Or why, what do you have against them? Like I always did that growing up with her, like, who are you? Really felt like I had been dropped into a family that wasn't mine. So it was very curious though, because I did a full legacy unburdening.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
I think so.
Uh-huh.
And resiliency was the heirloom that came back.
Cool.
Oh, yummy.
Yeah. It looks like Eliza and Marcy were done. I know Marcy had to leave early to pick up her kids, and I think that may be what's happening.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Eliza, we're just chatting about what came up for Katie and Diana in the meditation. And the people who listen to the recording will end up hearing that. You still have 5 more minutes. Hi, Eliza.
Hi. Sorry, lots of background noise here, so
That's quite all right. Yeah. So we still have 5 more minutes. People in the dyads. You want to, I guess you give them a 1-minute warning, Katie. Is that what you do?
Yeah. So about
But we're not there
minute.
yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So funny. I can broadcast a voice, which I feel like that's
So that's a little weird.
That would scare me.
Yeah.
Me too. I have a chuck.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, actually, you know, it's funny at the last, they're the level 1 that I'm a program assistant for right now. It happened that some people were in a practice group and didn't see the timer up there because they were inside, like, and they just weren't noticing. So a verbal reminder actually might have helped them, but
Feel like the great Oz, just the voice that
The voice that comes in.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I'm really curious why it's not working, because usually if you set a time and you put people in the groups and send them, it'll be at least it is in all the triads that I do in the level 1 trainings, it'll show up there as 58 minutes and it clicks, it's got the seconds too, and they click down.
Yeah, you may have to do that right as you start making the breakouts or something. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know.
I'm not.
There's a little like settings wheel and it says auto close break rooms after blank minutes, but it's not clickable when the rooms are open. So it must be when I'm like putting people in.
Oh, I think you have to do it before you open them. Yeah.
Which at that point I'm scrambling to just make sure everyone's put into our room. I'm like, send them up.
That's totally fine.
You learn something every day. Yeah.
If they don't see your 1-minute warning, they just get jettisoned right back here.
You know, I'll realize we have just a few more minutes. I'll share something that I've always been very critical about, that I realized a few years ago I must have worked with, because it doesn't, I mean, I sort of notice it, but it doesn't grab me quite as much. And that is being critical of people who throw litter around.
Oh, yeah.
In Philadelphia, we're known for really being litterers, unfortunately. And so it does happen sometimes, right? So if I see litter on the ground, there always used to be a part of me that would just, yell. And I mean, there was usually I would just see the litter. I didn't see the person, so I didn't get a chance to yell at them. But there'd be this really strong critical thing that would come up in me. And I must have worked with it. I think I did, because it's lessened. It's not as if I don't notice the litter. I still do. And I still believe it's not a good idea, and it's impolite to people around you, and things like that. But it doesn't take up so much energy anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
I can certainly relate to that.
mhm.
Part like that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That and dog poop. What do you mean you didn't pick up?
Dog poop, right?
People around here get very upset if you have a trash can outside to be picked up, to be emptied.
Mhm.
And then it's emptied, and then people walking their dog will lift the lid and throw the dog poop bags in there. They get so upset, and I'm like, why? It's a trash can.
Yeah, and it's
I
in a
don't
bag.
get them. I'm not, in the summer, I'm not going to leave the lid open in the garage,
Mhm.
I do in the winter because it's too cold, nothing can smell, but
Mhm.
I just never could figure that out. I'm like, they're putting it in a trash. Be happy. Anyway, that's my critic.
Anyway, so it's about time. Did you give them a 1 minute?
I was listening, not typing.
Okay.
No, it's sent. It's been sent. 1 minute left.
Okay. And then when you call them back, it still gives them another minute, I think.
That's true.
Yeah. And then
I'll close up the 35.
yeah. Mhm. So we'll have 40 minutes for sharing and Q&A, and there was something on the parking lot that I will get back to. Oh, about dissociation. Yeah.
I'm going to put these couple of links in there too, because
Mhm.
I will forget.
Closing up.
Oops.
Suction.
There's that. And what else did I say? Oh, Marcy did it.
Oh, Diana, you're putting up the link to the IFS coaching training that you're going to be involved in. Yeah, good for you.
I know I'd forget it if I wait till the end, so I wanted to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's an opportunity for a level 1 for dietitians, since we can't.
Really makes me sad.
Yeah. Okay, welcome back for our final 40 minutes here, 39 minutes. So any interesting things come up that you wanted to share about how that went for you, or questions you ended up with? Boy, Emily's got some doggies. And Kylie's leaving to pick up her kids. I don't mean kitties with D's, not T's.
And Lisa. I kept
Hi,
looking
Lisa
at you
Pearl.
then. Yeah, and I'd look at the name and I'm like, she looks so much like Lisa Pearl.
Surprise! I know. Elizabeth is an interesting alter ego. It's just, I guess IFS and the IRS are the only ones who call me Elizabeth. Well, since I'm talking, I'm sorry I had pretty wonky internet earlier, so I'm sorry I didn't participate very much, but I just had a fabulous dyad with Lynn. Lynn, thank you so much. And I love IFS so much, and I love being able to do this with all of you. The parts that I was exploring in the meditation, which was terrific, are parts that I haven't visited in a long time. They're the part. There's a legacy part that I need to probably keep working on to figure out how to let go of it. But it's the parts that don't feel seen in the medical community when I have to deal with, multidisciplinary teams. And I'm not sure if it's IFS, it may have been, from years ago, but I love how I can observe all of the parts that come up every time there's someone in medicine telling me what I should know. So it was a great meditation for me because I need refreshers, to make sure I don't hold on to those parts and those biases every time I come into an interaction with a medical provider.
Yeah.
People know what I'm talking about. That whole hierarchy of medicine where they're supposed to know all the answers and they haven't yet learned it's better to dwell in possibilities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's what that part of you keeps saying to you.
Yeah.
That they're not dwelling in possibilities.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sit back a little bit and observe, though, rather than come out charged and fiery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for that, Lisa. It's good to see you.
Thank you. You too.
Anyone else want to share what came up for them? Part of me is curious about whether any of you got all the way to the point of negotiating with the part about shifting how it tends to take over. Casey's going like this. Yeah. Yeah, how'd that go, Casey? Were you able to get it to agree to shift a bit? Or...
I can share a little bit, I guess. I was sharing with Emily that this is something that I think comes up often for me working, especially I think working with teens, but really especially trying to work with any client who maybe has a loved one or a team member, just someone on the team who has some maybe like views or values that are antithetical to mine. Especially I was working with a family member of a client who was like pretty explicitly saying some pretty I would say offensive things. And I was really struggling with my reactions to that. Um, and I noticed that actually when I kind of was like invited to sit in the meditation, I was like, wow, actually like 4 or 5 parts have thoughts about this. So it was actually really helpful because I was like, I'm just feeling so blended, I don't know what to do. But it was actually really helpful to be able to kind of just like pick one to spend some time with. And I think like probably the strongest and loudest one was just like what I would describe as like a pretty justice oriented part of me. that I actually really appreciate that part of me. And I think that it was important for that part of me to know that. But getting to the what does that part of me need? I think what that part of me really needs is for me to be resourced and for me to be willing to actually like step back if I'm not resourced to show up in the way that I really want to and need to for these kinds of situations. So I think that felt really helpful.
Uh-huh. Yeah. That are you saying it needed to know that you'd be okay if it didn't keep?
I think it needed to know, I think it needed to know that um, if I wasn't, if I wasn't like resourced or supported or in a place where I had the like energy or bandwidth to really be able to do like my best to navigate the situation in a way that feels like really values aligned. And that there wasn't anything that I could do in the short term to kind of get to that place, that I would actually like not just kind of allow a collapse to happen or ignore something or not address something. I think like this part of me really is not a huge fan of some fire part of me that might kind of shut down a little bit or avoid things. So I think this part of me like really needed to know that I'm working with all the parts of myself and taking care of myself, and that I will recognize if I'm not able to do that. Because
Yeah.
I think this part of me is like, I have to stay vigilant because you might
Yeah.
not.
Right. Because it knows that you have other parts that can shut you down or say, oh, whatever. Or
Mhm.
yeah. Oh, it's so important to acknowledge all of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Casey. Yeah. Anybody else?
I will briefly share, because I think perhaps it's a part that's been activated both days here, as well. I live in a larger body, and so I struggle a lot with like clients who might be, I mean, physically smaller than me, struggling with eating disorders. That's not quite the right words, but you probably all know what I mean. Or even right, even now, right, sitting in a Zoom room full of smaller bodied people who study food science, right? I'm like, oh, I don't know anything. I don't belong here. I am the wrong size. And there are parts that come up all over the place, which super great. I got therapy tomorrow, so we're gonna be okay, guys. But you know that there are like moments where there is a lot of self-judgment and there is a lot of outer judgment of like, you don't even get it. Like, you don't even know what it's like to walk through the world in a bigger body. And you are so afraid to look like me. And that's hard to sit in the therapy room with that. Especially I think too when I don't know if clients feel that, or perhaps they also have their own judgment of like, oh, I don't want to offend anybody. Like, I don't want to talk about my own body stuff. And I'm like, I mean, nothing's off limits in here, right? Like, you can talk about body stuff. That's what we're here in the therapy room for. So I think like even when like especially when the client acknowledges the difference in our body sizes, I'm like, oh God, did I create that, or is the client struggling? Like, what is that about? Yeah. And then there's the, that like advocacy part, which I don't think moved anywhere, but just acknowledging, I'm gonna call it my Aubrey Gordon part. If you have not read any of her books, you should. Of just being like, let me be a fat lady about town and shout about how fucking dumb diet culture is. Like that part exists too. So did any of them move? I don't think so. Maybe we'll try to do that tomorrow. Even just acknowledging that all of that happens at the same time, you know?
Wow. Yeah.
Sorry.
Wow. Yeah. Rebecca, thank you for sharing all that. All those parts that you notice that are in there. Yeah. And sometimes literally just noticing them at least allows a little room for whatever else needs to happen in that moment. Yeah. Yes, and trailheads for you.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Rebecca. That's it. The story I'm making is that this happens regularly for you because of your work.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say irregularly. So, happens probably more often. And I try to separate those things. I have a very effective therapist part that comes online when she needs to, which is helpful, and I'll let her do that for as long as it works. So there is enough separation. I don't know that there's always enough reflection later. So, because it's a combination of like how diet culture and whatever I'm bringing with me exists, and how that's hitting for me and what the client's bringing. And like, arguably, it's the same garbage that we're both bringing, just from different perspectives. So,
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
We still have some time left, and what else? One part of us that comes up sometimes that it's easy to forget about is our dissociative parts. Our parts can, I mean, the way I experience one of mine is with certain clients that I find very challenging. Partway through the session, I'll notice, looking at the clock, oh, how much longer have I got to sit with this person? A part of me that wants to take me out, wants to not be here, basically, wants to leave. And it's so interesting because the sooner I can notice, it's often so subtle, I don't notice it for a while. But once I notice it, it's able to go, that's okay. What's so awful about being here with this person and continuing to notice their parts and seeing how I feel towards their parts and all that. And I'm off and running again, when I'm present. Again, noticing that part, as opposed to, it would be tempting, and in the past I might have gone, oh, I'm supposed to pay attention, which doesn't work as well as turning to the part that's pulling me out and thanking it for, yeah, it's got a point, and can it give me space? Looks like Teresa has dropped in to see how we're doing. And we're just at the sort of final Q&A, and we're going to be ending at 1:15 because we took shorter breaks.
Nice.
So who has any other questions or observations or?
I'm wondering if we answered effectively the question about client dissociation. Not so much the DID extreme, but just that's what we get sometimes. Our clients just kind of check out a little bit. Did that feel answered?
Well, and I think it was Emily who had to leave to pick up her. Oh no, Emily's still here. Was that you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Was that answered?
I think so. I think maybe even just like I guess maybe a follow-up question would be, if you know that your client is like prone to dissociation because of conversations with their therapist. I'm a dietitian, so I'm asking from that perspective, but vice versa for therapists. Is like, if you notice that a client is really in a like a dissociative part and not really able to engage in this dialogue that we're kind of talking about. Is there a time where you would like pull back essentially, or do more of like, again, the grounding? Like I hear the like emotional dysregulation being an outcome of blending or like being blending essentially, but also being curious of like, is there like window of tolerance, I guess, is what I'm kind of maybe bringing into this as well. It's a different language that's not been used today in specific with IFS. So
Yeah.
I'm just curious about that.
Yeah. So is what you're saying is that when you notice clients that are maybe literally sort of fogging out a little bit or sort of not very present, and you suspect that what it is it's too much for them, and they are fogging out because it's whatever it is that you're talking about is too much, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the way we look at it in IFS is that it's a part of them that's protecting them by pulling them out, either or fogging them over or pulling them out or causing them to distract, or even one of a lot of our favorite dissociative parts are parts that overthink things. That can be seen as a distracting or pulling away as well. And Emily, it's up to you, because you're the dietitian on the team, how often or in what situations you might gently notice that. Oh, am I noticing that you seem to have gotten quiet all of a sudden, or, something seems to have shifted, what's up? Or whether you'll just, do what you can to move on and then check with their therapist about, it sounds like you do work pretty closely with therapists. Is that right? Yeah.
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 Like the reason I was asking the question about DID too is like I have a client with DID right now, and like they've done a lot of like really awesome work with their therapist around like their parts and things like that, and the client can more easily like identify that now. But I think there's an element of like for future clients too, when they're in more of that like discovery phase and kind of like more clearly identifying parts and self, like just being curious about the dissociative piece. Because I think I'm just thinking back to like my early work with this client, and that it's very different than like our work now because of that like stabilization, I guess, piece that did happen, which is great. But I think it's just, yeah, I was curious about it from that lens.
Yeah. Well, I certainly stick close to the therapist and keep asking them. And also you can help by reflecting back to the therapist what you keep noticing in your sessions, right? Certainly as the dietitian, if you keep noticing that when you get to a certain place of talking about food or something, they fog out or they seem to not be paying attention or something like that. The therapist probably has a lot of things to work on with them, but it could be that would be a trailhead for the therapist to work on with the client. Could be.
And I'm also wondering too, Emily, because you said things are a lot better, if clients that live with this know their parts really well. And I'm almost wondering if she now knows to show up in this part when she sees you. That's what she's doing intentionally. Yeah.
I mean, there definitely is some of that with them. I think it's just been an interesting experience. Like it was my first DID patient on an outpatient level, and the patient was not diagnosed at the time when we first started working together, and
That must
was
have been confusing.
It presented with just a lot of dysregulation inherently, and like I think the goal was just like stabilization, but also like getting a therapist on board because they were very not open to seeing somebody new, even though their last therapist, I just think, was the wrong fit and wasn't offering the support they needed. So that was a journey too. But they had good rapport with me, and so I had to kind of find that balance.
Which happens, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to mention, Emily, you reminded me of a client that I had worked with who even during dissociation could not ground, but could take a PRN medication and that would help them. Um, and so I guess there's this internal reflection of me of like, oh, goodness, I wonder, like contracting with that part about medication use and a means of providing deeper connection to the body and seeing if that might be more like a means of deeper work, allowing that client to go where they need to go, but also then not bypassing the parts that are saying like, I don't feel safe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So have we addressed everything, all of our parts? Actually, my suggestion is to go back to all the way back to Amy yesterday morning. Did everybody hear her, by the way? Yeah. If you go back and remember some, I mean, you can't remember all of what she gave us an amazing amount of stuff, but as, excuse me, as you remember listening to her and all the stuff that she was providing to us, what parts of you as the clinician, did you have any reactions? Thinking, oh, I need to do this with clients, or I shouldn't do that, or gosh, what have I, did any of that or anything at all yesterday, all the way through, bring up parts of you that you're going to be carrying into your work next week?
I wondered how that word, I was really curious about the word cult around like anti-fat bias and diet culture. Diet culture is really just white supremacy, right? Um, and so how using the word cult might land with some of my clients. Like I think some of my clients are gonna love that and really, really find that is a very helpful term. But I think some clients are gonna like, I think if I were to just blatantly use that word without talking with them about it a little bit first, I wonder if they would just like kind of close up and they wouldn't, that wouldn't feel very safe. And so then I'm like, oh, okay, so then which parts are coming up for clients with that? That would be interesting to
Right.
explore.
That
Yeah.
would be a wonderful exploration, actually, because that's what a cult, to be identified as being in a cult does bring up that fear, because you have this one person you're following or this one ideal that you're following. And to have somebody come in and shake that, call it for what it is, it could be a really useful journey
Mm-hmm.
for your clients.
Yeah, and Lynn, I hear you saying you're thinking, I don't want to, I want to offer them this perspective.
Yeah.
I don't want to trigger them going farther back into the cult, basically, or by denying it's a cult and all that, because they very well might, right? And yeah, so how do you sort that out?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you're trying to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have that. There's a part of me that goes, yeah, it is a cult. Why don't people pay attention? And there's a part of me that can be there. And then there are these other parts that go, yeah, and when you're stuck in it, you're raised in it, and to be accused of being in a cult, well, how's that going to land? Is it going to just feel shaming? Is it going to, yeah. Mhm.
I think that, so I was like absolutely fascinated by the use of cult psychology in the presentation and thinking about working with clients. I can absolutely see where it could cause a reaction where someone might like recoil and just like in fear of I've been called out for being in this thing I didn't know that I was in, and this thing I didn't know I was walking in, and all of that. But I also, through the presentation, was sitting with the amount of compassion that that offers for clients, of like when they're still having thoughts and when they're still having urges and when they're struggling in their recovery. And just being able to recognize, like, to be in recovery and to be rejecting that cult mentality is to be part of like almost a counterculture and how difficult it is to like swim upstream. I just think some of the rigidity that clients feel in their recovery is like, if I'm slipping up or if I've stepped 1 foot off the path, then I'm back at square one. And I felt like it has the opportunity to like be a more compassionate way to understand how things came to be. I feel the same when I'm working with clients where when they're doing their parts work, like they can see where their mom has directly handed them this or like in all of those pieces. So I thought that it was like very interesting. And then I found myself like nerding out, like going home and trying to find more information for research on it. So I did really enjoy that a lot.
Yeah. Somebody else has jumped in. Lori, we're just in the last few
Lori's
minutes.
here.
Yeah. Yeah, we're ending up sort of talking about our reactions to, well, Amy, and if anybody had any other reactions to other, I'll share a reaction I noticed to both Marcy and also later in the afternoon as Teresa was talking about her journey into IFS. I found parts of me reacting like, yeah, this is quite a journey. You know, I was struck by how Teresa was talking about the first year or two after she did the level 1. She kept trying and then going, oh, well, I guess I'm not really going to be able to do this. Right? She sort of came to that conclusion. And then she kept listening to her clients, and they taught her. They taught her the model, which is, of course, how Dick learned it as well.